My puppy in the background. Give me a second. I want to see something. At least I know it sounds good. Let's see. My puppy said microphone check, microphone check. So my puppy said. I appreciate everybody who was here yesterday. I do, I do. Going over a few things. Nucor, NUE, they reported it might have just lowered guidance, but it's down a little bit tonight. I'm going to be watching that one. So, got a few things coming. On tomorrow, we have the JOLTS. We got job openings report for June, giving us a read on labor market. Health assistance around 7.55 million. I believe that's correct. And July expected to kick up. Oh, okay, so it's supposed to be 96 over 93. And I don't know about strong confidence, but we might have something about the consumer spending ahead. Not worried about Procter & Gamble, but they do reports. United Health, Starbucks, Visa. I think we're all waiting on, Meta and Apple. Those are the big ones. Wednesday, we got the GDP. We have, let's see, we got GDP. I'm reading the news as I talk. I'm going to be in and out like I was last night, but I'm going to leave the chart up. And what we'll do is we'll go in here, and I'll do just like last night. Notice it hit that little green line that's been there. Kind of sort of hit it. We filled that gap too. We'll talk about that, and we've got to move this over, especially with the new daily opening gap. We're going to look at gold, and we're going to look at several different things actually tonight. And we got Wednesday, Microsoft. Let's see what else we had besides GDP on Wednesday. We had something else. Oh, Powell's press conference. Yeah, that part. Yeah, that's going to be something. Okay. Thursday's going to be right. And like I said, Meta, Apple, and all the big tech names, we're just going to just trade it after hours. We're going to trade it at 6 o'clock with the futures. You don't necessarily have to trade the Apple. You don't have to trade the Meta. You could trade other things. Newcourt right now is pushing, it's not a NASDAQ stock. It's pushing the ES and YM a little bit lower right now. Plus, we just came off that all-time high, which is, that's, so we got the jobs report coming down for our payroll. That is going to be, I mean, that's a parabolic move with that. So Thursday we have what? We have earnings. You have Amazon reporting, you have Apple reporting, and then Friday you have non-farm payroll. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting week. We'll know. We'll be able to make. We'll be able to make a few hundred points. Trust me. Trust me, bro. It's my trust me, bro indicator. Okay. All right. We're not doing a trust me, bro indicator. I'll be in and out, but we have time. So, like I said, market's not even, setting up. I just wanted to set everything up real quick. Do what I had to do. I do want to boost my subscribers on Kick and Rumble where I'm streaming. Somebody didn't like that I was on Rumble, and it's like, well, Rumble has a really good streaming platform. You're looking at politics and not the fact that they actually have a product you can use, basically for free and stream to like 6 different areas. So I'm liking that. I'm wondering how I could do that where it would benefit everyone. Like everything education that I show is free. I have no problem with repeating myself and talking it out online every day. I don't have a problem with that. Look how it hit that fib right there on the daily, just like that. And I said it wasn't going to fill that gap. I did say it wasn't going to fill that. Maybe I said maybe in New York. There's got to be some cash, you know what I mean? But we knew that was not the all-time high. Why did we know that? Well, you had this right here. You had everybody who was short. They kept on, okay, I'm gonna get out of here. There wasn't a lot of confidence in the short, but right here, they were like, heck yeah. And that happened at what time? What time did that happen? See, they say London starts at 3, but really starts an hour before. All these people planned for this. What happened? They had a nice little dip, pop, dip. And yeah, I left that for the trend line boys and girls right there. That's where we just hit it and bounced off of it. So if we do end up going down there, we might hit that later. But we're not worried about that right this second. We are waiting for the gap because we have to measure the gap and we have to move this all the way over here. All this, that's the opening gap, okay? That's Asia right here. From here to here. Looks like we might have a rainstorm too, so I don't know if it'll be on all night. Hopefully we have a rainstorm. It's been 97 degrees right now where I live. Alright. Yeah, I'm trying to build that subscriber base, but I just don't know how I would do it. You know what I mean? I'm not affiliated with any place, and I'm not a partner with any place, so it's really hard to go in and say, okay, I want to do free evals for people or something like that. But if you're spending money, you might as well get something out of it, right? So I'm not, going to push the whole, hey, be a subscriber here, be a subscriber there, because, what I offer, other than the newsfeed that I actually pay for, is free online, everything. All this is free. Now, I don't know about your patience and discipline and all that stuff. I have nothing to do with that, but it's just something, I was thinking about because I need like, 70 subscribers to really get me interested. I mean, if you want to support the stream, spend $5 a month, that's fine, but I want you to get something out of it too. I don't want to just take your money. I mean, I'd rather just donate your money. That's how I see it. But I don't know how bad those clouds are. Jeez, they are accumulating. Anyway, about 3 minutes till 6 p.m., so we got plenty of time. A lot of traders are just rested right now, grabbing dinner, and I will be grabbing my dinner tonight. And no, I'm not going to eat leftover spaghetti. We finished that yesterday, so that's cool. We got this up, and like I said, we have a lot more data in the next. I mean, you don't even have to trade today or tomorrow because you'll have that much opportunity. Um, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that's the thing about prop firms; they want consistency over time. That doesn't mean you have to trade them every day. You know that, right? I mean, just so you know, you don't have to trade that every day. I don't want you to feel like you have to trade those prop firms every single day. But we're slowly building, and I do appreciate those who joined us on the other channels too. But it's like me, I don't like to leave one area. Like I was on iHub for years and years and years and years and years and didn't bother to go anywhere. And I said, well, I got these old Apex account and I got a buy traded account on X. And so I went there for a couple of years and really, I mean, I traveled outside of it, but if people are happy with YouTube, they're going to stay with YouTube. If they're happy with Kick, they're going to stay with Kick. If they're happy with Rumble, they're going to stay with Rumble. It has nothing to do with politics. The reason why I'm there, they just have a really good streaming service. So we'll keep an eye on that. I got 12 people watching right now. Everybody was anticipating that. I think everybody was anticipating last night. That's why we got so many views. But that's cool. Let's see. It's almost time. We're not going to trade the actual gap, but what I need to do, Actually, real quick before it happens, let's go to ES and YM. These are the 3 6 sisters. I already have NQ up. So I'm going to show how I do it. YM, I'm already thinking it's going to gap down a little bit. Yeah, it's going to gap down a little bit. And that's going to bring this down a little bit too, but I want to see the reaction. Newcort's not heavy, but she also has some other people report too, like I was saying. There we go. Yeah, see that gap? It was going to gap down a little bit. Did it go back up already? Heck yeah. All right. We didn't get a chance to do. Oh, we didn't get a chance to do the YM, did we? We still got a chance. We got plenty of time. Is there certain characteristics that we're looking for anyway? While we map everything out, okay? Don't feel a rush to do it. That's YM. All right, new core. Must not be doing that bad. Somebody else reported too. Who else reported today? Big old Monday. Let's see who else reported. Across my news feed. You don't want to get caught up in a Judas or something like that. Or just a head fake and just fakes you out. So Monday. We have. Let's see. Newport was the one I was watching. You have waste management. The Joel's job opening for is tomorrow morning. Because a lot of people are going to anticipate what is in the morning. Hartford Insurance. And they're just more weighted than others. They're not as weighted as Apple and Amazon and Meta. We're already off to a good start. Yes, that does look like a bear trap. Hold on one sec. That's going to be our opening gap. We're already on top of the old gap, the weekly opening gap, and they're going to use that as a actual support. What? Yes, that's an actual support. But things do not go up in straight lines, and they do not go down in straight lines. It could go back in here and it could retest that, or 50% of that move. So we did gap down a little bit in NQ. We just knocked some bears out. Look how they did that recovery right there. It was like, yeah, we're going down, but we're going straight back up. Alright, let's see. And all we're doing, did up and down. Guys, remember that did up and down, by the way. Let's see. I'm gonna mark this in a different color. And I'm going to go straight through it like this. That's the opening gap for NQ. If it starts to rain real hard, I might lose my stream. I can hear thunder in the background. I have literally been in a short position before and the lights go out. It's like, I don't usually short. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I'd use my phone, log in. E-Trade's changed it as to where you have to use their, and they have a really cool platform, but I just saw everybody complaining about that. They're like, oh my God, they're forcing us. They're not forcing you. See that whole wick? We're doing that whole wick right there. Do that whole wick into that little gap. That doesn't mean it goes into it. We're just doing, this is just, that's where it is. But why did we do that, for the week? We did that for the week because it acts like a magnet. See? It acted like a magnet, didn't it? Technically, it shouldn't even went that far. Okay? But we are so above the trend line. Remember when I did that yesterday? People are like, why did I do that with MNQ? But there's a reason why I did that. Where they hit. They're like, don't use the fan, bro. Don't use the fan. That's not how you use the fan. It's true. That's not how you use the fan. But guess where it popped off of? Right there. Yeah, so if it works for me, I'm just saying. Gotta have confidence in your style. I'm not sure about that. And I did like the way OPEN opened, meaning it didn't just dump. It didn't look like people were just like, they're selling, but they're not selling at a rate of speed that I'd be like, oh crap, no, screw that. You know what I mean? They're selling, but it's not at a huge rate. Can it go lower? Maybe. I have to look at it again. We'll look at that tonight too, plus a couple other stocks I was looking at to make like a meme basket. I don't know. We're going to have to do something like that. We got time though. Remember, we're only like 5 minutes in to the open. Okay, we're not in at all. They're all like, buy it, trade it. He's going to pump the market again. No. When I sit down and I do this, all I'm doing, I didn't actually do it for this. We can do 10. It doesn't matter. Right here. Well, actually, it's all that, isn't it? For YM, yeah. Saw some of the gold traders. They're like, I want gold. I can't hang with y'all. I'm sorry, I can't hang with the gold. I mean, we'll look at gold later, but I don't know, man. You're talking to somebody who used to trade GLD back in the day. Everything's back in the day. Now, where does the money flow if we start to lose our heads? That depends on where you're looking. So when the US dollar goes up like it does, poor Euro USD. Poor Euro USD. And I love going long this, but I can't go long this right now. It is biting me out a little bit though, isn't it? But it's reaching for something, isn't it? It's about to break that, isn't it? But then it's got support here and here. So we got time. We have time. We don't want to see it break here. As a bull, as somebody who likes it, we want to see some kind of confirmation upwards, don't we? See, that kind of looks like a bear trap. On YM, no doubt. And you can do that same thing over here. Well, not here. See that pop? And it went up 61%. Guess who was hanging out here? Shorts. They were looking at the dollar index and going, yeah, we're going to get this as soon as London opens. And they did. They did. All right, let's see. We're going to go to one. Real quick. We got time. What is this? My MS. Okay, here. That's all 1 minute, man. We don't want to do 1 minute. Okay, higher time frame and then you zoom in. Higher time frame, then you zoom in. It goes weekly. And we're actually, when all that hits with the non-farm payroll, I need to remind you that is also the end of the month, end of the week. So there's going to be some wicks involved. And it's going to get violent. But you have to control yourself. Controlled chaos theory, okay? That's what it's called. You don't have to say, yeah, man, I want to get in before. Yeah, you do that. You do that. Even if it's bullish, like non-farm payroll, everybody and their mother has a job type thing. Yeah, it's going to swing so freaking in the other direction. No, you don't need that kind of stress in your life. You can wait 15 minutes after You can trade it all the way up until the actual event. Some of these prop firms will not allow you to trade it, especially Redbooks. They're like, no, man, we can't have you do that. I have no idea why they do that. I mean, if you're a Sims account, but that's them. And we are not even going to bother. Let's see. All right. Also have my disclaimer up, so no lawsuits, please. See, that's just consolidating right here. It could go either way, honestly. That's that OPEN. Preferably go up here, though. And see, I didn't mind it going up here last night. I didn't mind it going up here at all. But I didn't want to see it go, like, way, way up like they did. Not that day. They did it one morning. At night. Percentage-wise, it was a lot. It was like right here. Percentage-wise, you look at it here, where they started. They took it up to over $1. But then they dropped it all the way back down to 70. That was something I was scared of because I didn't want to see him just pick it up and then just as soon as open goes. It was very controlled selling. And there was a lot of accumulation. So we'll see if OPEN has any, legs. If not, it should just like tether. It should just tether right in here. And actually, the bigger move would have been something that would have been a reaction right here, and then we could have seen. But let it rest, let it do its thing. I'm still in it, but I'm not like I'm all in kind of thing because I have baskets. Okay, I have baskets of stocks. I'm not just a one type person. Ooh, it's lightning. I just saw lightning out my office window. Everybody got the gold bug. We're going to check gold. Actually, let's check this one. Boom. That's not exactly GC. Look at that. Boom. Boom. Then opens up higher. All right. Thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. All right. Y'all didn't hear me. Y'all don't check in to see if I'm singing karaoke. I know that. I don't know if I'll be able to get any trading done if it really, really gets. Look at that. We're just going to gap up on that 4 hour, paint a little pixels of red right there while everybody chases the 50% lower. If it makes it. Down to the 15. There's definitely some accumulation. Very nice though. And see, that's why I don't like doing it like this. If I have it too open, like 2 windows, it actually looks a little bit better. We can look and check something else out too. And we'll do it the right way today so nobody gets on me. And yes, subscribing is one way to support the stream on Kick or Rumble or wherever. But I want people to have something in return. I just don't know what. I don't want to be that guy who. I actually saw someone, you could tell there were bots coming in. They were like, I'm going to give away 50 Apex accounts. And it's like, bro, you don't have 50 Apex accounts to give. And that's false advertising. You can actually get in hot water. But some people just don't care. And it's like you literally left a digital signature. I'm not going to go into who, why, when, where, whatever. But yeah, you don't lie to people like that because eventually those are impulsive people, but they don't. And do you see how that top is, right? Actually, it's no top up here, is it? So when it starts to go up, it will wick that win. 50 is right here, but 61 is up here. I'm going to do the 61. And yeah, that worked perfectly for NASDAQ yesterday, didn't it? Worked perfectly, didn't it? Let's go zoom into NASDAQ. And this is pre-market. This is where the market makers are like, okay, this degen bought after market. We need to match that order here. And Globex is like, look, man, I haven't had my coffee yet, and I got to be up for, you know. So, I do like this gap actually. It's not a bad gap. No. I can see why they like gold, though. I can see why they liked it. They were trading it. And it's not like I'm like, oh, well, this person bought this, or this person did that. No, no, you got to see the why of why they're doing it. I have literally seen people on stream, and I don't want to be that guy. You know, they ask themselves why they got in the position after they already got in the position, and then they're tied up, and it's like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing my laundry, and I need somebody to listen to. Um, yeah. Uh-huh. I did say it was a bear trap, didn't I? Yeah, look at the NQ. NQ's like, yeah, give me that back. Thought YM might have caved out a little bit. YM was like, we're not gonna belander. Now remember, after any major move, what happens? And I told you it's gonna consolidate. So if we got a major move tonight, it's gonna consolidate a little bit. See that gap right there? That's the gap we talked about yesterday. Not this stuff, but this right here. And I was like, yeah, I'm NCL. I'm gonna get stopped out. I'm almost out, but I never got out. And then this morning I was like, okay, put like right up here. I was like, put a stop on it. I was like, oh my god, really taking off. And I don't foresee it doing 80. Right now, you're right here. Look, this is where we're at. Okay. Are we in a premium? No, not really. Are we in a discount? No, not really. We were in that and we missed that. Let's see. I need the rain. I don't need the thunder and lightning knocking out my power. Lord, that means I'm going to have to go out to that field pretty soon. That's like I was talking about yesterday, too. You know, you got the blueberries out on land, to attract the deer so the hunters can get it. You think about that in terms of a market maker. They have a high right here that they set back here. What happens if they go over that? Stops. A lot of stops right here, right? It's a little vortex. I like to call it a vortex. It does. It looks like a little tornado, doesn't it? Have you ever tried to short right here? I have. Have you ever shorted right here and got lucky? I have. But then did you ever measure the actual move and do it strategically and not have to worry about luck and a heart attack? I have. It's called conditioning. That's called trade. That's called trading responsibility. And you've got to do that. You got to be responsible. So if I resonate with anybody, hey, look, we've all been there, right? But you got to get out of that rut. It's that whole move right there. I mean, we just came off that new high, right? So it kind of makes sense that we're going to, go back down a little bit for the day, right? It does. That looks like a top, man. Maybe. But it could also go above that tonight. So what do we do? Well, there's two things we can do. First one, let's analyze that little vortex, right? Think of it as a heartbeat. What? Think of this as a heartbeat. Okay, have you ever seen those little heart monitors? And the heart monitor actually does opposite of what this is doing. We need to go scale down all the way to a minute. And it's a measured move. Once you understand, what does the heart monitor do? Boop, 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 boop. So it's just like a heart monitor, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like a heart monitor. But we broke down the channel, man. No. What you did, it's like a slingshot. Picked it up. You pull it back. And notice the recovery. That recovery went up to here, right? People say, I can't trade all that chopped. And use micros. You're using minis. If you think you can't trade chopped, and apparently You are using either A, too much leverage, or you don't know how to wait. Sit on your hands, man. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. I'm trying to keep it simple because a lot of people will overcomplicate it. And over the course of years, and I mean years, what they don't tell you is I've seen people with very, very bad health problems trading. And that's how they did it. Because they'll sit and they'll overthink it. And these smart people, very, very intelligent. But overthinkers tend to overanalyze, and overanalyze means that you're going to suffer from what? Analysis paralysis. So what do? You set a time. What do you mean a time? Well, remember 10 o'clock? 10:30? Did I have to sit here all night to tell you what was going to happen at 10:30? It should not take you that long to look at it and say, yep, it's going to retest that high and go higher. By what time? 10:30. How did you do that? What was the why? That's what you need to figure out. I could tell you all day. I could teach you all day, but it's free. There are people who have freaking lecture series on YouTube, literally hundreds of hours that you could listen to every day. Might bore you. You can go down the road, listen to it, but it's got to resonate. It's got to make sense to you. I could lead a horse to water, but I can't make him drink. It's like the Fibonacci thing. Think Fibonacci. How do you come up with Fibonacci? It's really easy if you think about it. If you dumb it down, you'll never forget it. We overthink things. Legacy, my friends. Legacy is leaving something so simple, yet powerful, that it lasts more than one generational lifetime. Legacy. People still talk about Steve Jobs. He left a what? A legacy. You're not supposed to touch it there. I touched it there. This is different than the Power of 3, isn't it? Could be a Power of 3 on a higher time frame. We'll look. But you see how smooth that is down. But you zoom in on that 1 minute. It's terrifying, right? What are we looking at? The bodies. I don't give a damn about them wicks. Wicks do damage. But you zoom out. Somebody said, why don't you use a straight line? You do. You can. There are people that use straight lines. They don't use candles. Well, hell, that's going up. Well, hell, that's going down. If it was a heartbeat. And guess what? We're near about where we were at 10:30 last night, weren't we? Ain't much change. What do you mean ain't much change? It went all the way down here and up there and around there. Ain't much change. The market didn't move, did it? What? The market moved a little bit. What I mean is the market didn't go no damn where. I went about 100 different places today. I checked in on stocks and such. Yeah, I looked at what I'm long in and all the other stuff. But a day trade, scalping, it's a little bit different now, ain't it? We still have this stuff from last week. I was on. This is oil again. Now I'm gonna go get me some dinner. I will keep on drawing these lines. Hopefully it won't rain. I mean, I won't rain. I just don't want the lightning storm. Does that make sense? I'll leave this up for right now. That's at 1 minute. You don't trade the 1 minute. Well, you do, but you go in on the 1 minute and you look at the 5 and 10 minute. If my power cuts off for 5 minutes and this computer goes out, that means that the stream's still going to go, but it's going to be blank. All right, that's we'll do NQ since NQ is starting to perk up a little bit. Oh, Lord. Just a little bit. That's 1, go 3. We got our daily opening yet, don't we? Okay. That's regular NQ without all the bells and whistles that I had. But yeah, I do want subscribers, but I need to give something in return. If you're subscribing or paying for a service, don't you want something? I understand helping somebody out, with their streaming. You're like, oh yeah, 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 yeah. But you want something out of it. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't. Let's see. It is a way to support the stream though. If you are on one of those 3 sites, we're above that. We're not above that line. We're about to. Or how we discussed right here. There are people with short stops right there. Okay, they make it over there. All right, dinner time, buds. All right, we'll be back shortly. Honestly, being a single dad, I walked into the kitchen and I was like, you know what? We have sandwich stuff. I just went to the store. We're going to have fries in the air fryer and sandwiches. They're 10 and 11. They like sandwiches too. Oh, man. No cooking tonight. Gosh darn it. Glad I didn't think about going out tonight, though. Seeing all that lightning and thunder. Here we go. Are we going to do it? Are we going to do it? Maybe. Hopefully. Let's see. All right. So I was thinking, and I posted it on X just now. To get subscribers, I might try to do a raffle or a prize for subscribers. That's where I do an e-gift card. No, that's just an idea. It's not heads and stones. No, you don't have to subscribe right now. That's an idea I want to do. Like a free gift card type thing. Wanted to do evals, but then they were like, no, you have to be our partner or affiliate or whatever. And I'm like, I don't want to be your partner or affiliate. In 2023, there were a lot of those guys who don't exist anymore. Drinking my Celsius so I can stay up late at night. I slept pretty good today. Oh, man. Usually I'll either get up really early or stay up until 4 o'clock to see that. We discussed 4 o'clock too last night in the stream. You can find pretty good bottoms in 4 or 5 o'clock. But you gotta know what you're looking for too. Because sometimes it won't even reach it. Well, I asked the AI a question, but it did not respond to me. Let's see. Plus. Add or reply later. Watch my stream. In fact, now I know some of these places, some of these streaming services do like jewels and stuff like that. Like I know Twitch, and I'm trying to watch this right here. I wanted to print over it. If it prints over it, that might cause a chain reaction, but we are early in the game, like real early in the game, like pre-Asia. And definitely pre-China. Everybody says that Japan's the proxy. It just sets up for China. China. See that right there? Boom. But it didn't fall off a cliff, did it? Left gap right there, didn't it? Right there. Subtle. It's off a 1 minute. If you go in with like a 30, see it left that behind too. So I'm not like 100% convinced right now. I do love my NQ. I'm sorry. Up and down, I love my NQ. It's like go long 100 points, no problem. Go down 100 points, no problem. Just don't want to be on the wrong side of that trade. That's why you cut your losses real short and you wait for time. Always wait for time. If I wasn't streaming right now, 3 weeks ago, I'd be, depending on the weather, I'd probably be outside to be honest with you. Oh man, what is this? I don't want to do nothing to that right now. I want to go back to a few things. You know, I do want to show you guys how I scan. You could scan like with TD Ameritrade and all that other stuff, but there's other ways you can scan too. What was I looking for? That's not what I was looking for. 35. Hold at 28. Yep, it went to 28. All right, so it's just consolidating a little bit of dilution, but not a whole lot. And no volume. It's just waiting on something. No real big hype. We shall see. Leave that one alone. Big Lots, I was in that one for 3 or 4 weeks, and then Mike Burry got in, and I was like, yes. But at the end of the day, very glad we took profit, or I took profits, told everybody else to take profits, but because they went, what, bankrupt. We do not want to be in bankrupt companies, do we? No. Why? Because you can't trade them anymore. Literally, when I was stock promoting, there was a CEO out in California. He's like, man, can you promote my stock, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, tell me what the authorized, all that other stuff. I wanted all the details. And he said, well, my stock's trading on the gray sheets. And I was like, bro, I got to go. I got to go. You're not getting out of that. You get you a new shell company or something, or I got people that will help you IPO a new company, but you're gray sheeted. And I mean, you have multi-millionaires, like tens of millions of dollars. They will let some of their companies. I don't need, stock. Well, first one, we're not a stock promoter. We're just wondering why your stock was like 0001. I mean, did you need help with it? No, and the blah blah. We live, in Martha Vineyard. We got a coral reef, Columbus Day Regatta every, October the 5th. Blah blah blah. Why is your stock 000? Did you dilute it? No, the CEO that we hired. And it's like, really? You're going to take it on the investors instead of like, firing the CEO. You just got to blame somebody else but yourself. Okay, so that's the type that I hate. I know I had people cold call for me. I didn't have to cold call. I also had financiers that did business with a lot of other people, so I didn't really have to touch anything. I just had to play banker. Well, that's always fun. Redistribute the money. Yep. There are some people on iHub that won't talk to me anymore. It's like, why? Oh, yeah. They'll talk to me. Oh, I got that in yellow. That's why. Probably shouldn't have done that in yellow. No, NQ, no. Don't reject off that. It's rejecting off that. That's why I said be patient. If it did one contract over, though, oh my gosh. And nat gas. They're like, you never trade nat gas. I do trade nat gas. I do. But at $12 for every tick, I'm going to be very careful what I do. $12.50. It goes up 10 handles, you get what? Yeah. Goes down 10 handles, what do you get? Yeah. That's why they call it the Widowmaker. I think it's personally because they'll give you a heart attack. Everybody's like, is it going to fill the gap? But see, that's what we talked about yesterday, right? Everybody and their mama's going to do what? I want to short this whole thing. No. It would have already filled, wouldn't it? Right now. I mean, it'll fill eventually. It does not have to fill today. And it could fill today. We'll keep an eye on it. That's daily anyway. Let's get down to a smaller time frame. I think e-gift cards would be a good idea. Let's see what I can do. See, I told her right there. Did we not measure that whole move? Yeah, it's right there. Top, and that top is smooth. Let's see. Yeah. Alright, it's just not ready yet. Like I said, this is free Asia anyway. I'll be right back. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna play with the charts, but I'll be right back. One of my kids wanted me to help them come inside. They came inside the office and they were asking about their sandwiches and such, and the fries were done. So, they're still eating the Dino Nuggie type things. They still like the Dino Nuggies. See how we're breaking above that now? Let me test that right there. Certain time that we're at the bottom of the hour, so be careful right here, or the top of the hour. But I think we beat that. I think we go above that. That's gold too. Gold's just not giving up the ghost. I love the way it came up here. Filled that. Oh man. There we go. A little bit stronger. Just that one tick above. Did you see that one tick? I know it's 15-minute right here. You probably see it better on the 1 minute. It's that one tick above. That lets you know that's not a relative equal high, doesn't it? What is that? 1, 2. Relative equal low. Doesn't need to go down here really. Does it? Not on the 15-minute. It doesn't look like it. Now if we zoom in, I think there was something on the zoom in. But it might not be. So all we have right here and right here, bears like take it all the way up, take it all the way back down. See what I mean by bear trap? Boom, boom, boom. You're not taking it anywhere right now. That is flat, but that's a lot more volume. You think about it. 1, 2, 3 candles at 1 minute. 4, 5 consolidation. Yeah. Right. It's that little bear trap thing I told you about right there. And you could trade it. But if you do, trail your stops. Just like if you're trading a long position, you trail your stops up. If you're in a short position, you trail your stops down. That means there's shorts right here still. Brave young men and women right here with stops. There are still people right there. Stops. The smarter traders aren't going to wait that long to get out. No. Why would they wait that long if they're already in profit? And how do you know they didn't average in? I'm talking about market makers, which is something you shouldn't do. But they needed to get out. They could have needed to get out since last Friday if it's a market maker. I need to cover. So where are you going to cover? Right in here. Great buyers right here. Oh, they're going to let it come down first. They're not stupid. Let's see the little bear trap. Poor guy in that little heartbeat. Poor guy. Well, he will be poor in a little bit. But, he'll get a phone call. Not a good call. Not a call you want to be a part of. I've never got one, and I never want one. We're sorry, but your funds have been liquidated, my bear friend. So I'm glad 2012. Why are you always trying to short the market? Just 2008. That was 4 freaking years ago. Oh, yeah. It's true. They'll put something like that, and that is algorithmic. That is this right here. Trust a lot of retail. Well, it's got to go down, bro. It's got to go down. And it did. It really did. It went down here. But what kind of pain did you have to go through? What kind of ordeal? That wick alone is from 437, and I read it just like that. 437 to 510. You were out by 5. I didn't trade that. I knew you were right here. And like I said before, I did that. I got out of that habit a long time ago. See how we did that? I know it's crooked, right? I need to erase that and do it again. Redraw this channel. Yeah, redraw this channel. right there. Okay, it's still crooked, but you get the point, right? Once it goes above this, you would have probably have known right here. It's like a tremor before the actual volcanic explosion. This is your explosion. And it happened in what, 10 minutes? It didn't, or 45 minutes? Power hour. Power hour got, power hour apparently, they did some Kaizen Six Sigma thing and they just really narrated power hour to, eliminate waste. They just basically did it the last 10, 15 minutes with trading. Yeah, that's the power hour nowadays. So we have it all marked out, right? Everything we need marked out. On NASDAQ. There's plenty of other stuff that people trade. I just like NASDAQ. But it's scary. No, it's really not actually. Not NG, nat gas is scary. I'm like, I really want to make that money, but it's 12.50 a tick. You got them gamblers out there. 12.50 a tick. I'll go up $1 and I'll be rich. Not really, but yeah. I mean, it depends on how many you buy. Let's see. And believe it or not, there are funds that do that for you. ETFs. See that tick above that? It's like a warning shot. You know what I mean? We could go back down, but we're going back up. See that warning shot? That little warning shot right there. Right there. You guys zoom in. Right there. A little small. Okay. Let's go back. Yeah, man. 2009. Can't possibly go any higher. 2010. It can't possibly go any higher. 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. God, I'm old. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, that's people ask me, how long have you been doing this? Why do you wear sweatpants everywhere? Why don't you? Somebody I know worth tens of millions of dollars. That man, he had a Porsche. I saw the Porsche. He was proud of the Porsche, but the Porsche never left his Staten Island house. He met me in Manhattan. By the way, there's some news coming out of Manhattan that's not really good, and I don't like it. Some kind of shooting in Manhattan, but it's not going to affect the market. But my prayers are with y'all up there. I hope they get the guy who's doing the shooting. But yeah, he met me in Manhattan for the first time in 2011 in a Kia. We're talking about somebody worth tens of millions of dollars. He met me in a Kia. And the first time I met him, he was wearing sweatpants too, in a lawyer's office. Lawyers were dressed better than we were, actually. It was about stock certificates. See, I like that tick right there. But yeah, hopefully they get the active shooter that's in Manhattan right now. They're over there off of Park Ave, apparently. And I remember him too. He was like, they were doing some kind of protest. I forgot what that 2012 protest was, but he's like, "You want to go down there?" I was like, "Dude, we're the epitome of capitalism. I don't know." It's like they don't know. It's like that's true. They don't know if we go down and watch. You could hear them off Broadway. You could hear them people yelling. It's like, you sure about this? What was it, Occupy Wall Street or something like that? They're out there protesting, like right there by the stock exchange. Let's see. No other news came out other than what's happening in Manhattan. But Baker Hughes. Let's see. Back testing this real quick and let him back test it. It's not even time yet. He met me up there. I was like, nah, I'm not going to go down there and watch that stuff. But you could hear him protesting that. That was the wild part. I didn't see him. They already had like police, and they had police on horses and everything. And they were like really organized. They don't have sweet tea up there, damn it. Trust me, this looks a lot scarier on the 1 minute than the 5, right? The 15. Look, you're still above your 15, aren't you? Let's see where it would draw to right here. Might drop there. Could go lower. I doubt it right now, though. And no, there's not a lot of volume in nat gas. Let's go look at nat gas while we wait for this to recover. Nat gas. Hank Hill, propane and propane accessories. Nat gas. Let's see right here. Oh, yeah. Why did we not see this gap right here? Jeez. That is a nice gap. Where's the volume then price? No. It's not volume then price. Okay, look, when I traded penny stocks and I was a penny stock promoter, yeah, we'd say volume and then price. There was a reason for that. Because once you run a promotion and there's like millions of shares traded, and you're like, well, price will follow. Well, what they don't tell you is there's dilution that'll follow. Does not necessarily mean like Celsius Holdings, okay? Real company went to $200 or whatever, did a forward split, but what y'all don't know is it did a reverse split because Carl, the billionaire financier who went in at $1, was like, well, I can't really legally do this. I got to have it at a certain price so I could put it on a higher stock exchange and get funds involved. Hey, he knew. So they reverse split it and screwed all the little people that actually had faith in the company. Um, it is kind of like that with those, but you just got to be very careful. Volume the end price. I mean, you got to look at where the accumulation is. It's not always accumulation either. Sometimes it's just straight up dilution. And that's different than the dark pool that you'll see with large cap stocks or SPY or something like that. You're not going to get that. Let's see, 50, maybe 305 and then a bounce. But you are doing very well up here, aren't you? And it's not, you can look down here. There's no volume here, like 17 contracts, 150, blah, blah. That's just market makers accumulating and distributing. And market makers are the only ones that are going to go down there like that. Not the Hunt brothers. You're not going to corner the nickel market, okay? Awesome. Didn't we talk about filling that gap last week? And it finally, well, no, wait. No, that was the weekly gap it filled. There's another gap down there. My kids are arguing. I gotta go back there and check. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back. They were arguing over some lemonade that we got. We got root beer too. We need to get them kids just to drink water. I swear. Gotta be the daddy. All right, it's all good. I got good kids. Oh, but they're still young, so they're still learning stuff. What was I saying? Yeah, we did discuss a gap we saw last week, and I think it filled from last week. Check the daily. It's there. It's still there in the green. Kind of went down, tested it, but it didn't go in, did it? It's kind of like just consolidating right there. Yeah, my late wife used to make some awesome sweet tea. I can make it too, but honestly, get to the store, I can buy it and not trade it. Just buy it and drink it. All right, that's supposed to be funny. Good lord, how many squiggly lines do I have on this? Y'all just came out right out the gate, didn't you? Right there that day. This is daily, by the way. Let's zoom in. Yeah, we don't have today's opening range, do we? Right here. Right there. And it went right into it. We weren't even expecting that high, but we know where it went. Because it goes lower probability when it does that. Still an MQ. Still doing its thing. Went and tested it. And it didn't really reject, did it? It's kind of busy today. I don't know. Jim Cramer was cussing on CNBC or something like that. I don't know about what. I could not tell you. I remember we were so happy when back in 2000 and what was it, 9, 2010, something like that. Somebody called that. They had a call in where he does it real fast, and they mentioned Celsius Holdings, and like all us small time holders were like, yeah, because he said it's a good idea to pick speculation stocks and just put them in a little basket. We could do like a little e-gift card for subscribers. That would be cool. I don't really have any partners or anything like that doing this. Like I said, it's just really fun to do. Just the stream in itself, it's not profitable. Even if they pay you for creator status, it's still not profitable. What they want. Kick said, well, $16 an hour if you do this, that, and the other. $16 an hour is nothing. Okay, nothing. That my Golly, my taxes just on my land is probably more than a lot of people around here make. And there is a pay differential from some place like New York, where you have to make four or $500,000 a year just to sustain a small apartment and everything. Um, and we're not. Well, it wouldn't be New York. It wouldn't be Manhattan. It'd probably be like Queens or maybe. Uh, depends on where you're at. But my taxes are, phew, they're too high. Nobody likes taxes. Nobody. Let's see. Thanks for the likes and everything too. That's really all the encouragement I need to keep with my degeneracy. I mean, oh man, we haven't made a trade yet. Made a few yesterday. Did pretty good. It's got to be the right setup at the right time. Your trade has to align with the time. That's 5 minute right there. Let's see. I might it going back to try to retest this and then up. And I'm not brave enough to short it right now. Because if you were, let's see, from the other perspective of another bias, what you would do. Go up there, that's perfect. Everybody's taking profits. See how it looked at gap, came down. Value to go higher. No, it's not that bad. On the minute chart, it looks terrible, but it's not when you look at this. When you look at that, if I pulled up the daily, I pulled up the hourly, it's nothing I'd be too interested in shorting. But I would like to enter down here. Before what, Asia? You have to have a why, or else you'll be asking yourself, why did I get in the position? And it's best to figure out your thesis and your why before you do. They're starting to go lower. Yeah, how much? Yeah, okay. If you can't answer that question, I can't relate to you, bud. I need to know things. All right, I'm gonna mute this again. We'll be streaming all night. I'll be in and out all night though. I'm not gonna be sitting here like that, like the whole stream. Again, this is a free stream. I do appreciate the likes though. I appreciate everything else. But I am not. Yeah, no. I'm just waiting for the rain right now. I'm waiting for 8:30. And think about it. People that tell you can't predict price, you can predict weather, right? Well, yeah, that's different. No, it ain't. No, it is not. Well, why? Because you use data, don't you? Didn't we predict what time it was going to hit an all-time high last night at 10:30? I mean, go back and look at the other stream. Go back and look at my last stream. We literally nailed that. But that was different. No, it was not different because we did it 2 hours before and we drew the lines where it was going to go, when it was going to go, and how it was going to go, and what was going to take place, and how it was going to take place. We had a built thesis. One contract above that's going to happen at this particular time. And what did they do at 10:30? Is it going to happen again at 10:30? It's going to show its hand at 10:30 for an expansion, but I couldn't tell you exactly which way until about 8:30, 9 o'clock. And that's when we started talking about the 10 o'clock. And that's when we started drawing our little lines and stuff like that. Boom, boom, boom. 30 handles. Boom, we're done. In fact, I had moved my stop where retail would have thought that it had been an old support. And I even said that. And it got taken out. And then it went up. Well, why? Because it needed stuff to do up there. Plus, the market is not set up to go down forever. The market can pull back, and we talked about this in other streams as well. Um, last year we had the yen carry crash. Okay, it was a yen carry crash. Then this year we had a correction back in March and April. You don't have a lot of those in the same freaking year, not in a 12-month period. The fact that you can recover and go higher should tell you it's a bull market. Now, a bear market can last up to what, a year, and I'm talking about the bad stuff I'm talking about '08. I'm not talking about a 22. You know what I mean? That type of correction where it's just like, that's the bottom. Wait, no, that's the bottom. No, wait, no. Because in 22, at least you had, these runs, like these trend days that would be like, oh my God, just up. You don't have that now, do you? You have big trend days, though. You do. But every dip is getting bought, isn't it? Because there will be resolution to the tariffs. There will be resolution to everything else. And I still think that whole Doge dividend thing they were talking about was like a backup plan. I don't know if we'll actually see that dividend type thing, but I think that was a backup plan in case something went down or something. Might still see it. Yeah, some people are like, you're still in the downtrend. Really? That's all-time high, not even 24 hours ago, though. Not even 24 hours ago. It's still in the downtrend, bro. No, it went over here. It ticked above that. That signals that it has a little bit more to do up here. So what's it doing? Slingshot. It's waiting on Asia. It's waiting on news. You can wait too. Or I can wait at least. I don't know. I don't know about y'all. Some of y'all are degenerates. I'm not even going to mess with y'all. That is looking a little bit pullbackish, isn't it? We'll see. Notice the magical green line. It's not magical. Nothing to it but to do it. All right, hold on. I'll be quiet for a second. I got too much energy drink right now. All right, hold on one sec. So they got a picture of the guy in Manhattan shooting who's seems to just be casually walking down the street with a freaking that does not look like an AR-15. That might be an AR-15, but that clip that's probably it's not an AK. Could be wrong. It's blurry what I see. But he shot one civilian, and I believe a cop. So keep my eye on that. I don't know. Hope they get the guy. But he's just casually walking. It just says a picture of him casually walking. So it could be a hit, could be something. But they probably have him before too long. They will have him before too long with that. So I told you about that tick right there. But it's not time for it to go up, is it? It could, but that's why we're patient. So we're patient. Not freaking out. Not going all in or out just yet. Just like the hunters that go to my property at 4 a.m. early in the morning, which is ironic because 4 a.m. is pretty much the time bulls want to like look for that first entrance into the day. And that isn't really going to affect the market tonight. But I do pray for them. All the victims of that. I do. They went up into the building on the 33rd floor. That sounds like disgruntled worker or something. They don't have Century 21 up there either in New York. I heard they took it out, but I could be wrong. But that is a great place to shop. Oh my God. They have like, when I went up there, it's 15 years ago. They had three levels. The bottom level was cheaper, but the higher priced stuff was on the above floors. Reason why is because, it'd take longer for the thief to go downstairs. But yeah, if you wanted to see the furs and all that other stuff, that'd be the top floor. But if you want the casual shoes and all that other stuff, it was the bottom floor. That's not a lower low because you have this right here. We are the hunters. Yeah, I'm interested in doing a giveaway for subscribers though. Not sure how it would work. Like a real one, not some of these fake ones. I like the way people are using like AI to determine a winner. That's pretty cool. I like that. Listen to something relaxing for a minute. Might turn it back on in a sec. Oh no, I had two different playlists when I was playing chess. Don't get me wrong, I still like restream, but Rumble allows me to do about 6 platforms pretty much for free. So I am a fan of that. I'll get over that right there. I just need to tick above that. You can go back down. I just want to tick above that. We were testing that whole gap. Usually it'd be about that right there. 61 is up here. Right that. Down and up. Look back to play it forward, right? Alright, I'm going to cut that off right now. I might have to do some kind of music a little bit later, though, but something chill, you know? If we're doing this until like midnight and my kids are trying to sleep, I'm not gonna do Pantera Walk or anything, you know? It's been raining a little bit, but temperature on my side is not really, well, maybe I'm just being picky, but it's not all the way down like I wanted to. Just on and off. There's still thunder and stuff, but I haven't, I don't know, just the dog's bigger than his bite, I guess. I don't know. It just hasn't really been doing too much. Let's see. For about 20 more minutes. Don't be fooled. That is not a head and shoulders pattern. That's why you don't do patterns. First one, your neckline would have been right here. Right down here. Now it does have this right here, that gap. But that tells you it wants up. So I want to stick around here. Can I go back and fill that? Yeah. When? Right when it tells you it's not an actual pattern, takes your money, and then comes back down a little bit. So you wait. It's not even 8 o'clock. Like, I see the rain, but I don't. I hear the thunder, but it's not like a real hard rain. And that thunder's got me kind of worried. Out here, not really close to too much. Thank goodness. Ooh, somebody just posted the Byte Mine Immersions technology went down 4% today, and then, well, no, 11% today, and then 16% after hours. Ooh, they totally hurt that stock. BMNR, I don't know what they do. Not sure exactly what in the world they're doing. There's some interesting stuff on X about that guy who shot up Manhattan. I think they got him. I'm not sure. How do you just casually walk down the road like that? Though? That is crazy to me. Yeah, there's going to be some movement tomorrow. Actually, all this freaking week. I'm over here eating my fries and eating my little sandwich I just made for dinner. I'll wait on 8:30. We're at the top of the hour now. So let's see. Everybody's in chat right now. Good. Still lots. Alright. Let's see. Tells you that wasn't Head and Shoulders. It was that one tick right here that told you that, right? That tick above that wick. Right there. Told you that's not what that was. Still want to see that full, but it does not have to fill tonight. It doesn't have to fill right now. Oh, man. Think about living in the country is I was thinking about getting pizza, but pizza's like 30 minutes away. I just get the pizza. So, no pizza tonight. Not right now. And that's why you don't really pattern trade per se. It's that one chart I did. I can't find that one chart I did. I know I didn't do it on NQ. I did it on this. It's raining, but I hear thunder, but I don't. I mean, it's not raining hard over here. So if the stream cuts out, that's just the rain. If it's, I don't think it's that strong, to be honest with you. We have a electric cooperative. It's not like the Bain Energy people that you see that come out. There we go. Feel that wood right there. So yeah, we're doing the electric cooperatives. They're a little bit cheaper. They're a lot cheaper. About 6 more minutes until 8 p.m. on the eastern coast of the United States. Remember, there is a little bit of lag, so you might want to speed up your stream if you're listening. And that's pretty much anywhere. YouTube has the better stream, honestly. But I know. I get it. You're already on one site. You don't want to jump to another site or jump to this site. That site. I get that. I'm the same way. Could do a little raffle for subscriptions, though. But it's got to be worth it. That goes for anybody. There, it's right there. Got that right there. That covered it, though, didn't it? It just covered momentarily. You gotta remember this is 15. And last night we discussed, relative strength index, how to counter candles without like moving your charts. Like I got 3. This is a 30-minute right here, and you just go 1 hour, 2 hour, that sort of thing. You don't need to go to the full hour. You can, but 15 minutes just fine for me. I mean, 15 minutes make an hour, right? We use this for entrances. Entrances only, not structure. Now, some people will use like real low, but they're not like looking up here. They're not looking up here yet. Or actually, they might have found that on the ES. They might have found that on a lower structure, but this is what their higher time frame picture is. This is what they desire. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. And that's ES in the middle. Just want to see how it's reacting. Yeah, I did do that on the I did that on the NQ. And it's above that line right there. And no, we're not really trend line traders because I'm in and out within 20 handles on this. Sometimes I'll go longer. But that could be. Those are relative equal highs, but it's not the right time to actually say that. That's 5 minutes. See, that looks way worse right here than this. In clarity, you just zoom out. So now we're all about the NASDAQ, and we just got off the ES. It's spiding. Yeah, you got that, didn't you? Well below that, too. Now we're back up. Alrighty. See that gap right there? See that at 638.21? Do we wait? We might be able to wait. See, it's not falling over a cliff. OPEN, it's not falling over a cliff though. It's under accumulation. Let's see. On that last. I'm a little bit down in that position too, by the way. But I'm willing to wait. Somebody showed this chart. MGX. As soon as I said it was nice, it started sliding down. It's still nice. I said it was interesting. It is interesting. And I'm not looking for, oh, it's going to go to $20. I'm looking for, will it hold first? Will it assume that position? It looks like it's starting to. 1 more minute until the top of the hour, and you should see some of Japan's market come in. Australia market's already in. So if you're looking at the Australian market, what you do, go up here. Yeah. Euro USD. This I might actually play right now. See that right there? Hold on. And when I play this, the margin is low on Euro USD, by the way. That doesn't mean it gets there today. That means it gets there right now. But I like that right there. What if we open up on Euro USD? Trade the product, don't be the product. There goes that 8 o'clock. Ooh, deep discount. See, got that. We talked about that. What are we doing here? 8 o'clock. It's not really a displacement, but it could go lower. I'm not saying short. I'm just saying it could go lower. It's a little bit of displacement, but see, you have that wick right there. We're going to start back over here into the gap. See 50% of the move. What was that? What was that 50% of the move from that wick up? I want to see if it bounces off that 50% of that move, or 61. That's not right, is it? The games have begun. Alright, it's not a game. There's our 50 mark. I actually tested back here earlier, didn't it? Now it's testing again. That's just daily. We're not expecting this. We don't care about that. We care, but we are more concerned about this and it popping off of that. Remember when I said earlier, that's not a Head and Shoulders. It looks scary on the 1 minute though, doesn't it? There are people that just trade the 1 minute. Let's see if it goes under into that, possibly that. Because it's not 8:30 yet, is it? And we have some important data, like we said earlier, coming out tomorrow. Alright, I'm going to set me a position up for later. I'm doing it on Euro USD because I'm liking that on the 5. And I'm not looking for way up there, am I? No. Low margin. Don't need a whole lot. Let's see. I'm going to get in on that. We can still watch NASDAQ. It's not investment advice, and I don't, even though I'm going to go in Euro USD, trade that by my phone while I do the stream. Still watch NASDAQ. Yeah, see how it's bouncing off that 50. Alright. I'm just giving you a rough estimate where I'm going into Euro USD. That way I don't get any weird calls or anything. And weird calls, I mean by the SEC. Or FINRA, better yet. I know FINRA can blue sheet regular stocks, but I don't think they can blue sheet futures. I think that's a whole nother group that does that. You told people no. I said I was entering. I said that was my risk, not theirs. I don't want to be some kind of signal service for some people. I do know some signal services, though. I'm not partnered with them, and I'm not going to recommend them, but I don't know. They do what they have to do. Let's see. I'm getting DMs. If you want, somebody asked me how long I've been streaming on Twitch. Not too long. Usually X. Not too long. Okay, I want to go over. Hold on. How are they deeming me on X, but they're talking about Twitch? Okay, we'll see about that. Anyway, we still got some stuff for tomorrow coming up. Like the Jolts. Procter and Gamble, I wouldn't really call like it is kind of heavy hitter, but so is Boeing. And what you really want to hear is their guidance. They should be, if they want a healthy year, what they'll do is lower their guidance, but still beat it by lowering their guidance the next time around. Do you see what I'm saying? Sometimes we'll raise their guidance, which is pretty cool. Well, all right. But yeah, I haven't really been streaming on Twitch too long, so I don't really have the following. I have the following on Kick, Rumble, and of course X because I'm always on X. I mean, like you're on X, I'm on X, we're on X. Um, there's only compared to last night where I had 1,000 people at this particular time watching me for multi streams. I only have about 200. I don't know. Maybe they all made their money last night. Anyway, I did enter a position into this. My son came in here talking about yo. I was like, Lord, really? See how we bounced off that 50 right here on NQ? What did we do? Did we just jump in? No. Wait for the 50. I'm down here though on this right now. And I'm willing to wait that out for a while. That's the first trade of the day, and I've been streaming for a couple hours. And no, we didn't have to go back into the open. We can, but we didn't have to go into yesterday's previous open, did we? Because it's building a structure for later. I'll take this off real quick, but I am in it. I am long. That gap is holding, isn't it? That gap up. It's another way to trade that gas. Different ways. I want to see what YM's doing. Yeah. Thought it'd be down a little bit. That's something you gotta be cautious too. Thank you. That's stuff like Nucor coming out with their earnings, and there's some stock I just saw on X. It's down like 30%. It's no 15, 16%. That biometrics thing. I think it tracks crypto or something. Yeah, we're looking at that YM right now. Trying to find something. Trying to find something else here. That's the 5 minute. I'm trying to find something on another computer. 20% after hours. They say it's 20% after hours. Yeah, it is 20% after hours. VMNR. Oops. I am not sure what these people do. Okay, bounced off at 27. Consolidated there for a second, didn't it? Gap up over here. Oh, they're playing with this thing. Nah, I'm not. No, 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 no. Alright. Yeah, let's get off this one. They're playing with that too much. They're literally gapping it up and gapping it down like 5 times within the week. Yeah, they're manipulating that. Hold on. Daily. Where did it come from? Yeah, no, we're not touching that. Oh, no, no, no. Right there. That might actually make a good short. I could see that. And see, this is why you don't just go willy-nilly and just short everything. Because you have all the space to short too if it's not a good company. Right there. That's double. I need some clarification on this BMNR. I don't know what's going on with it. What is the clarification? Oh. See, that's holding up strong. It's just filling up some gaps here. Let's go back to the NQZs. Ah, man. Hold on. Let me go check on them. See, I'm not expecting it to go straight up or anything. Let's go down to 4 minutes. One day, I want three. At least three. Let's just trading this off my phone. 15 more minutes. And sometimes you have to speed up the stream to catch up. Jeez, this ugly chart, that PPM. And gold. We'll check on gold real quick. A little bit, but not too much. The next couple hours, we'll see what it does, but I'm not going to mess with gold right now. But I am curious what that dollar's doing. So I said the dollar has had the best day in a long time today. It's like, yeah, I can see that. We're not killing the dollar. Not before Jerome speaks. Get ready for the dumb questions. Hopefully he's not wearing a purple tie, right? Hopefully. Yeah. So what did we have right there? All 5 minutes. Right there. So what are we going to measure from here to here? That gives us the last few minutes. Right to here. We're not going to do all the way down. Don't need to. In case she wants to go back up. And that could have been that nice little spike we saw. See, it touched that just now. Alright. NQ looking kind of rough there. Nice little swings. 1, 2, 3. But you start up here. If you're a true trend, like true through and through trend trader, you don't trade it like that. Hold on, I'll show you. Thank you. Just 1 minute. Because it goes up like that. That's where it actually. What time is that? You look at the time. You had that 24 hours ago, right? No, was that 24? You channel that all the way down to here. It's about 12 hours or 11 hours. Happened at 2 o'clock in the morning. 2:30. You might as well consider 2:30 London. I'm sorry. 2:30. All the way down like that. So your support line is actually down here, but I don't see it going in there. Alright. Get back to this real quick. I want to turn off my mic for a second. We'll leave everything up there. But that's how the true trend, like a true through and through type of trend trader, that's how they would do it. Alright. Let's see. Tested the 50, came back. Whoosh. Like a heartbeat, right? Like I said, this tick right here. You had that. We feel that. We didn't feel that yet. Yeah, my kids are playing Roblox right now. Crazy kids. They get so excited over that stuff. I had speak and spell when I was a kid. I didn't have like computers, man. Ah, kids today are blessed. Love it. Trying, trying to play some music in the background, but I don't want to get copyrighted. I gotta turn this down. Hold on. I gotta turn this down. Alright, there we go. I love this song. I really do. It is a good song. Alright. No copyright laws here. Alright. Keeps on slipping, slipping into the future. Look at that wig. 5 more minutes till 8:30 on the East Coast. That's what I meant by that one tick. I like that one tick about that wick. That's all it needed. Oh, sadly, I'm not in it. I'm in something else. The love of my life, Euro USD. That's what I get for looking at its interest. It's all good. Future. Alright. I'm going to put this on pause for a sec. That's what I get for like trying to trade on my phone. My spirit carry me Let's see here. Does that not align with trading right there? Time keeps on slipping into the future. Yeah. Told y'all I was in this. I'm still in it. I haven't gotten stopped out yet. It's all good though. Somebody's going to ask me a question. Is it correlated? Kinda. It's kind of sort of a hedge against the dollar, not does. But I'm doing this time. So, goes cable. Ooh, cable. Okay, let me put a stop in on Euro USD. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Might not be time for that one. The NASDAQ. And we already discussed NASDAQ. Why didn't I go with the NASDAQ? The future, like an eagle. Couple more minutes. 2 more minutes. Those darn bear traps. And it's within the line right here. Actually, that's how you do it. That and it creates that new. If you were like real stickler about doing that kind of stuff, I'm gonna turn that off before I get like flagged for copyright. That's why I was trying to talk over it. But yeah, see how it's going over? Definitely, I was in the wrong trade. Let me get to my phone and get out of that trade real quick. Get to this. This is looking a lot sweeter. Hold on. We'll pause this and we'll continue the stream. Hold on. There's an Air Force song. Off we go into the wild blue yonder, flying high into the sun. Okay, I can't sing it. I can't sing it unless I'm yelling it with a whole bunch of other people. That's just how that works. Something something. Lackland did that to me. I don't know. Anyway, story for another day. Oh man, but it is a good song though. I like the song. Off we go, flying into the wild blue yonder. And what did we base that off earlier? We based it not off that tick. We based it off this tick. Yeah, I got out of the Euro yesterday. As soon as I saw Gable, I was like, you know what? I was gonna move my stop, and then I got out. So I took a loss on that. We're good. You love those expansion times, 8:30. We wait a little bit. Not much. We wait a little bit. Failure to get back in here. This is weekly. Failure to get back into the daily, which is marked in the green for those just joining us. This was like considered a bear trap. They walk it down real nice and slow. And it does have a place to be. But with jolts, with earnings. And I don't expect, I don't expect Amazon to be out of the ballpark because of the news they had about the slow summer Black Friday deals. But you still have Apple, you still have Meta. And of course, Meta's going to set up their AI compared to everybody else's AI. And Meta's got some really cool glasses too. And Apple, Apple's gonna Tim Cook, he's gonna pump it. Amazon's gonna be so probably in line. Where's the robots, man? We all need robots now. It's kind of ironic how Elon Musk had posted on X about robots actually taking people's jobs and just looking at the phones. I'm like, it's kind of tell me what you're gonna do, buddy. But it's all good. Since we're traded products here, we're over this now, aren't we? Okay. No, I didn't go all out and buy a whole bunch of minis. Just a couple micros. Remember when I said I was going to trade that up? Get out of one to get in the other. This was what I don't like about some prop firm platforms is I'm not able to, look at stocks and look at futures because I do both. You know what I mean? And I do that with live real money. And I do like prop firms, and I do support them. But it's just this gives me more. You know what I mean? Measured move of consolidation. Boom, boom. Talked about the little heartbeat, right? I give a bear a heart attack right there. All the way down here, and then yeah, these people are not short anymore. But this is more or less algorithmic and not about just people. This is about, hey, I got places I got to be real quick. Okay, cool. Cover right here. All right, yeah, sure. And buyers are stepping in. This is not retail. People might think that's retail. It's not retail. Somebody saw back in 22 They're posting all on X about how they saw 6,000 contracts of the ES bought, and I'm like, that's probably a market maker that was just either hedging stocks or maybe they were just averaging in, and that's probably who bought. What they probably did was just reverse their order real quick, and it just came out 6,000 because they did not have it on the bid, and they will spoof it. That's why it's like spoofing is real quick in and out. It's not quick in and out if you're far enough down and you know it's not going to get down there because you know what the algorithmic principle is. Can y'all hear the Squawk Box in the back? Right here. That's not a real resistance area, by the way. Maybe I'll start singing the Air Force song again, flying high to the sun. Blue Yonder. They say they're not rednecks, but you say Blue Yonder, that's pretty damn redneck. I like it. The Bear Trap. Wanna fly like an eagle. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream tonight. Still thinking about that. You know, if you do a cash, maybe not a cash prize, but a e-gift card prize for subscribers. But the subscribers would have to be like on the platform that they choose. So would it have to be 3 separate types? I could do that. Then there's a matter of how much and where and would it be worth it. Obviously. So what I had to do, it's like any business, sit down and say, okay, this is what I'm willing to spend for an investment. This is what my return will be for the investment. But you don't want to screw over or, pardon my French, piss off subscribers. Do you? Say somebody gets subscribed and they don't win. Well, these free giveaways, it does nothing if they're not actually giving it to people. And that's going to piss them off eventually. And they're going to stop doing it with those people, right? So, give it to real people, not bots, not clones. Oh no, I'm going to have to think about that when I'm on my property tomorrow. It's going to be hot tomorrow. It's only Tuesday. I could not hear that news, Squawker. Could y'all? I couldn't hear it. That wasn't big news. Try to get back to replay it to see if I can hear it. Alright. It's a little 8:30 expansion. What's the 15-minute and goes in tomorrow? And what we described was this right here that we carry this over. That was our new weekly opening gap right here for anybody who's just tuning in. That green bar is our daily opening gap. Went back, tested it already, came up here. It might clear that later. Doesn't have to happen now. We're looking at probabilities, right? So the probability that it went 50, right here, broke that 50 right there. It's indicating a little bit more downside, but not right this second. We still got that 1030. I want to see their expansion right there. Left that gap up there. Just this gap at 533.36 at what time was that? About 5 minutes ago? Less than 5 minutes ago? That should get filled. That did not take that long. If it doesn't get filled, it will. Zoom in on a little bit. It just wants to knock that down, but it might not be ready right now. In other words, go under there. I want to mark that on our chart for later. Because that's fake. Yeah, that's a fake gap. Apparently everybody else knew that was a fake gap too. The game's to be sold, not told. Or the game's to be told. The game is to be sold. I don't know. I don't know how they say it. Let's see. Charts. 3 hours now. Climate. You got that gap too. You got some gaps up there. Yeah, not too many people on Twitch tonight or Rumble. But I still like that platform. That's cool. I can build it up. Just gotta show up. I have built websites. I have built all sorts of stuff.
In terms of the pre-market, Taiwan and Singapore stock stories, they are available on a headline feed. Largan Precision, first half net, that's versus a previous 10 year on year. Geopolitical news, Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te is said to delay his proposed trip that included a stopover in the US. According to Reuters, it was later reported that President Trump's administration blocked Taiwanese President Lai from a New York stop to Central America. Objections with Washington about the visit. While China's mission to the EU accused certain EU Parliament members of violating the One China policy and interfering in its domestic affairs. And it noted firm opposition to any form of official exchanges between EU Parliament and Taiwan authorities. Moving on, Singapore. Keppel Infrastructure Trust, first half net 16 million versus previous loss 23.9 million Singapore dollars year on year. Maple Tree Industrial Trust, Q1, net property income 133.6 million versus the previous million year on year, and was 186 million Singapore dollars, 452 million year on year, but revenue rose to 4.79 billion from previous 4.72 billion.
Still like Newport. It's not selling off that bad. Newport NUE. You got Procter Gamble. They expect $1.42 per share. That's going to be in the after hours. You got Boeing, United Health, and Starbucks. That really affects the ES SPY and not so much. I don't. The Jolt data will be bigger than that, I think. Consumer confidence, most definitely. That'll be tomorrow too. See if we miss a trade or something like that, or I get stopped out of this one. There's still time. As soon as I say get stopped out, what are y'all doing? Jeez. Remember, there's a little bit of delay, but jeez, just not much of a delay. And then Wednesday, GDP. On Wednesday, we have Fed Chair Powell press conference. That's definitely going to move the market a little bit. Then you got the mega caps, Microsoft, Meta. Chair is not that, not as important as the other two. Thursday, personal income and spending report, core PCE price index, employment index too, employment cost index, and Chicago PMI. The earnings that day, we're gonna have Apple. This is all Thursday. Apple, Amazon, all after the bell. Mastercard too. I know CVS reports, but they've been irrelative since the pandemic. But they have been improving actually. We could play those trades after the bell, definitely. And remember that Thursday you'll have an end of month wick, and then going into Friday with non-farm payroll and all the other stuff, you'll have a wick incoming for the month of August. So we could see a little bit of tick downside. 952 earnings report? No, wait. Oh, 87, then 174 on Tuesday, 291 on Wednesday, 331 on Thursday, and 69 on Friday. But the tech giants are the most weighted in the index. But those job reports, trade talks, trade talks will probably pick up the market because I seriously doubt we're going to do anything crazy. I'm not on payroll. How did I miss that? 4.2 is what they're expecting for non-farm payroll. Also, with the PMI will also go. Yeah, it's going to be volatile. You got the gamma guys and the theta gangs. They're going to go crazy with the options this week. In a month too? Shoot. Oh, we got time. Mm. Okay, guys, you stopped me out of Euro USD. Just one bad trade. Well, it wasn't a bad trade. I just got out. Needed to get out. Re-enter. I just didn't like the way. I didn't like the way Gable. I didn't like that. What's going to cause that dollar to fluctuate plus gold? All right. I had a good night last night. We did. Had a great night last night. No, you don't call tops and you don't call bottoms. You know how many times they've been calling tops for the past 15 years since I've traded? They say all-time highs a lot more than they do market crash, don't they? Now, pullbacks. You already had the yen carry crash, right? That was last year. Then you had the correction in April and the tariff correction. Let's call it the tariff correction. Now you have a tariff reconciliation. I don't see redneck speaking all them fancy terms. Gosh darn it. No, I'm good. But that doesn't change, by the way. We don't play that like that. That move right there can actually be determined. That fib right there. Probably should highlight that fib, shouldn't I? But yeah. You'll never hear the term all-time low. If you do hear the term all-time low on an index or an ETF like SPY, then it's time to worry. But you're not going to hear that. Better not hear that. Oh man. So a rundown of everything that's going to happen this week. So even if you miss something tonight, there's plenty of time this week. Being a trader, day trader, you don't have to trade every session. You don't have to trade every day. I made 2 trades so far today. That doesn't mean you have to, right? There's plenty of other people out there that are like, well, I didn't trade today. Well, they didn't see their setup. See mine, I'm going for it.
For Beirut Engineering and Construction. So Q2 operating profits fell 21.6 to 82.2 billion won.
Next expansion's around 10. Let me check this real quick. Checking my DMs. Don't mind people DMing me on X, but I had like 5 of them since I started the stream.
According to Japanese LDP, is the whole decision-making at plenary geopolitical news. So, Thai army spokesman says Cambodia has conducted attacks in several places after ceasefire deadline.
I definitely need to get more AI music.
Finance Minister Kato says sales tax is right system in Japan. So Kato says it's inappropriate to lower the consumption tax rate.
But honestly, just being able to talk it out really helps the trading too. And let me know if y'all want to hear, you know, my thoughts on any of your stock charts. Oops, my bad. I had that up.
1 billion Aussie dollars in May 20. Bids cover 3.33.4184%.
Just hit the top of the hour. Try to make that high again. Let's see. Top hour started right there with a gap. Right there. Would have held right here, didn't it? On the 5. See, that might look like a barcode, but on that 15-minute, looks like consolidation on the 5-minute and 15. Or above that. I want to see it buck up above that. Or on the top of the hour, so it's to be expected.
News for South Korea's Celltrion. Seoul becomes preferred bidder to acquire pharma company with local production facility to relieve U.S. tariff risk.
Had to go in my daughter's room. They were too quiet and she was asleep. Real early, too. Apparently, Daddy's stocks just bore her. She only knew that's how I buy her clothes. And her haircuts and all that other stuff that us daddies do. And I want to remind you of the stream time just because there is a lag. It's 9:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're 9 minutes into the hour. Again, count your candles, look at your wicks, see what the bottom is. Yeah, they'll get filled, but not right now. Not right now. Don't worry about that. All right. I'm going to mute this for a second. I'll be right back because I had to go make me a sandwich too. So hold on. I don't like to talk with my mouth full, but expansion is a beautiful thing, isn't it? And just to clarify, look where we started the opening gap today. Look where we are now. Now give it. I didn't enter right here. I have before actually, but not today, and I'm not going to try to teach people how to do that. But that's only like I forgot what the probabilities. I actually looked that up. What the probabilities are for me? It's like 75% for me, but I can't promise that to other people. I like that gap you're leaving up there. Go ahead, leave it. Can accumulate. That's a good sandwich. Not gonna lie. But yeah, being a single dad, I actually like to eat out a lot, but living where I live, it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Now the towns and the cities are growing pretty good, but where I live is still kind of country, kind of swampy. It's peaceful though. Oh look, Top Step has some news coming out. They might be doing some type of brokerage account pretty soon. Hmm, we'll see. Top X is okay, but I want to see. I don't know. Maybe it's my computer, but it kind of glitches. But they might have a brokerage account. That's pretty good news. Told you that gap was fake, didn't I? Time now is 9:14 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At least the temp has dropped outside. I'm more concerned about that. There's your base. There's your case, buddy. Above that, remember that tick above? I said that tick above is bullish, just right above. That's why I said don't worry about that stuff right there. You'll get confused with your bias. There's a lot of stuff coming out just tomorrow alone.
The PBOC section ran midpoint at 7:15.11. That's flash to the previous 7:14.67 yesterday.
And yes, I know how to trade all sessions. If you ever checked any of my groups that I've been in, or any of the discords that I used to go into, it's all got to align. Just like this. But no, I haven't been streaming too long on Twitch. Here, yes. YouTube 10 years ago. So I'm just awakening some channels. I'm kind of digging it. Kind of liking it. It's helping me open up. And honestly, I haven't really been able to open up since my wife died. I mean, I have a few friends, but when you go to, when I went to her funeral, there was over, how many people signed that book? It was over 105, 106 people signed the funeral book. And I only see maybe 6 people, and they're all relatives. And her side of the family will see them, but just not as often as much. I'm glad I got to reach out to him and talk to him over the weekend. But it's just that we live so far away. It's kind of unreal. They live closer to my property than I actually stay. But it's only a couple of hours. It ain't too long. This is the next little point right here. All this little barcode that it did at 4 a.m. Cheryl, you stop. Be smart. We're not trying to make $1 million in one night. Did anybody trade? Oh yeah, by the way, this is bullish. When you got something like this, and it doesn't go all the way down like that, and you had this right here, and the nice recovery that we just had, right there, started at 3 o'clock. It resolved all this crap within an hour. That's bullish. There's nothing bearish about this. Why? So 1 of 1. So out of 2 trades, we've got one right. Well, I got one right. And this is the second. But it's how to pull that cord before it gets too bad and you don't marry it. You know what I mean? And I have seen people and their egos on stream, and they'll just keep on averaging in. And it's like, dude, stop, stop, stop. Give me your money. Stop. I will manage it for you. No, I will not manage it money for you. Okay, I will not do that. But that's what I felt like telling the streamer. I was like, dude, just don't, please don't. Oh look, back where I got out. Nice, nice, very nice. And it gapped up to you. What? Yeah, it's Euro USD.
Strong rating Hong Kong issues a black rainstorm. Hong Kong
Euro
observers
USD is becoming a love hate relationship tonight. I don't know. I'll get back to that later. I'm not going to trade it again though. Well, I mean, I'll trade it again, but not tonight if that makes sense. Because I'm already in another trade. A, B. I had guidelines and I got a little spooked by the I got a little spooked and I shouldn't have. But this made up for it, hasn't it? Nasdaq. And there's really like if Top Step really has a brokerage, then that means there's no I got to get out by the end of the day. That means I can hold something like this for a few days. Yes, I do Euro USD. I will hold that bad boy for a couple days. Okay, that Jada Cap guy, he made I think he made his payout by trading that, and I seriously doubt he was in and out like that with like so many accounts every day. And I mean with Euro USD, I can't do that with that particular one. Don't ask me why. I can't. I can't do that. I gotta hold it. I gotta swing trade that. So Top Step's going to do that. I might actually put some money in the brokerage account instead of getting another, XFA or something. But that Top Step X, it glitched on me the other night, and it's because I was switching screens. Like I'm here doing this, that, and the other. Switch the screen, and it was just glitchy when I returned. I'm like, what? But no, they're a good company. They're nice people. Here we come off of this. That'd be nice. Let's see.
PBOC injects 449.2 in a reverse repos with a rate of 0.0.
64.30. I want to see crawl that wick on the ES. We're here, by the way. I don't know. Last time I told y'all where I had my stops at last night, y'all just went crazy and just took it. And I don't know whether I want to tell y'all anymore. I don't know whether I trust y'all anymore. His stops are there. It's 10 handles. Let's take him. Yeah, that's what y'all did to me too. I was like, Jesus, really? Just trail your stops. That's all I'm going to say. Not financial advice. Do whatever you want to do. But that was just brutal, man. Brutal. There's nothing bearish about this.
Through the pre-market
Retest and recover.
volatility. China 100 Q2 new contract signed was at 500 yuan. Metallurgical Corporation of China 12% year on year to 317.5 billion yuan. Wuxi AdTech said first half net rose by 102% year on year. Antitech rated news US Senate Democrats in a letter opposed resuming China chip sales. In other news, China's market regulator said it would regulate low-price competition of enterprises in accordance with the law and enhance supervision of food, drugs, and industrial product safety. China will issue a 3,600 yuan subsidy for every child per year up to 3 years old. And China raised its flood emergency level in Beijing and Tianjin, while Chinese President Xi issued instructions for flood prevention and disaster relief. Has reportedly planned a bill to pressure China and Uyghurs, with the bill to Beijing reportedly considered 20% fentanyl tariffs as except a 10% baseline tariff on all imports if additional duties were lifted, according to sources. A quick data recap: Hong Kong trade balance 9 billion. That's a wider than previous deficits. 0.9% growth. Is 15.5% growth, and imports rose by 11.1%. That's a slower pace of growth than the previous increase of 18.9%.
I tested out. Y'all could hear the new squawk that I listened to, but apparently not tonight. Yesterday, you could barely hear it, but I was listening to it tonight. It's nothing major. Sometimes, though, sometimes you can get those real nice, juicy moves at night. I don't know. There are some people waiting to short at 2 o'clock. I saw a couple posts, finally, and all that other stuff. Like, really? I woke up. I went to bed at 3, but I wasn't trading. I woke up and I saw their post. I'm like, really? You posted that right after that at 2 o'clock? But that's what happens. They'll chase the low, and that's what drives the price up. They're like, okay, we got another buyer. I'm trying to find that post. If they do have a brokerage firm, that'd be cool. Can't find that post anymore. Hmm. I'm gonna need to look him up. Then I can find it. There it is. All right, there we go. Yeah, I made a post now. This is pretty cool, actually. I hope that's true. Pretty big if it is. Now they'll be competing with my E Trade and my Thinkorswim and all the big guys. And no, I don't trade futures on Robinhood, and I don't trade futures on the other ones. Only Thinkorswim or E Trade. And that's one of the reasons why I switched. Well, I had a couple different bank accounts, um, brokerages. See that does not look bearish at all. That's ES. See that right there, right there. But no, because I bought Celsius Holdings, and then they reverse split on me like I don't know, 15 years ago, whatever it was. And I didn't want. I wanted to hold it, but I didn't want to look at it. So I opened up a new brokerage account. Like, no, leave that in here. But I had to go somewhere else. Why? Because it was just irking me seeing that in my portfolio. But then one day I opened it up and it was $20, and I was like, okay, finally I'm in profit. And it was like years later. I'm like, okay. So I didn't write it exactly up to 200. There are some people that were that dedicated cult following Celsius members that did hold it that far. I know them personally because we call each other and talk to each other. Like we were a real cult, Celsius cult, like for real. I'd love to see that with more small businesses, not cult like, not biotech like, but just regular small caps. You know what I'm saying? Like regular micro caps. Nothing gray sheet, nothing pink sheet. Just a clean OTC. You know, and some of those companies that are more than just a post office box are actually legit companies that could do big things later on. And no, I'm not promoting any stocks right now. I have microcaps in a portfolio that y'all are not going to see. I have a meme stock basket that y'all are not going to see. But the important thing is I have it just in case the next Celsius runs by. And as long as people aren't too spammy about it, if they're too spammy about it, it's like, yeah, you want to get out of your position, don't you? That's like the telltale sign. Who yells the loudest? With the wick. When was that move? More importantly, what time was it? Right here? Is that right here? Four? No. No. Wrong one. Up, up. Right there. At the open. Move that wick. We haven't gotten to the 1030 expansion yet, have we? No need to do 100,000 trades, right? tighten that up a little bit. This is the main line from the low of this year, which was actually lower than the end carry trade. Had to body the wick, I guess. It was on a mission to prove a point. But, after it already crashed 20%, everybody's like, "Oh, it's going to crash," and it's like it's already down 20%, and you're in Doge, so I don't want to hear it. I mean, you're in crypto. That stuff like literally crashes every single day. It's not stable. Even if y'all have an ETF or whatever that says stable coin, I'm sorry. I have traded Bitcoin futures, but I have not traded actual crypto. I'm not saying I won't, but I don't know. When you can make your own coins and stuff, eh, that kind of creeps me out a little bit. At least with outstanding shares, authorized shares, and a float, I can make some kind of judgment of what it's going to be, and especially the float is totally short. Like some of these stocks like OPEN and stuff like that. And I got to remember there's a reason why they're short, and it's not because Kathy Woods is in it. No, Kathy Woods is not an OPEN as far as I know, but that's something that you have to check. I think if Top Step does it, it's probably just going to be option options, and that's it. I mean, not options. I'm sorry. It's just going to be it's just going to be futures because there's a bunch of those little future accounts, and then a couple of years later, or maybe a year later, they'll have their own little debit cards and stuff like that, and you'll see signs while the CEO is doing whatever he's doing. But that's how that works. Okay. It all right. Yeah, I didn't think that storm was that bad. It stopped thundering and lightning and all that stuff about an hour ago, so we're all right. So we got another hour. It's 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and got another hour before China opens up, which you'll see telltale signs from China of how they're doing and what they're going to do. We don't have to check the Nikkei. We can. It's leaving these gaps, so be careful. It doesn't mean short right now. Not with the trend line being the way it is. You can wait on that because they know they kind of leave that like I was telling you about the hunters. They go out yonder to my land and hunt. They leave a little bait out there, like that gap right yonder, that gap right there, and they'll leave that bait, and they'll get you. Think, hey, we're going to go down there, and we can, most certainly. But that's the bait to get people to short, so they can pull you way up here. Don't fall for the bait, okay? They're hunters. They're in a deer stand right now, and they're looking at you. They know what time it is. All right, I'm just letting you know. The time now is 9:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, having said that, I'll mute my mic again, but we're going to draw some little lines, squiggly lines. We'll begin again. All right? Right. I'm reading some here about a JPM short recovery last week. Uh, that's your support, guys. The shorts that are stuck, the real shorts. They're going to try to get out on that bid. If they don't, they're going to be forced to get out on that ask, aren't they? I'm just saying. back to this real quick. Oh, still got this on. Alright. Alright. Put this up there. I'll zoom into this stuff real quick too. Now, I am going to mute it for a second. I do appreciate everybody who joined us. Again, we went over the calendar, economic calendar. We went over this. I gave you the why I got in, and I also gave you let's see, economic calendar, earnings calendar. We've done the economics earnings calendar. Then we did this. Went over. I haven't checked out this again, but they don't really play with it too much during the nighttime. Oh yeah, we did go over a couple charts like this right here. See if it caught a bid yet. Yeah, it caught a bid. Still don't know why they dropped BMNR like that though. They did a steep. Here goes the bottom bounce, guys. You get a little bounce off of those things. It'll probably go to the 50% of that. So watch out if you are playing the bottom of that. Check for that 50% on the BMNR. That was a nice little short squeeze before it went down to 225 on OPEN. That short squeeze went all the way up here to 256 before it hit that 225 and broke that. It broke the 28. But it did squeeze a little bit. Gives bulls a little bit of hope because they want to see that right there on OPEN. They want to see that climb. And there's not enough volume really to be real interested right now. I don't know, to be honest with you. But that's like the wick of worry. So we want to see how that holds. We want to see what that does. Alright, it's still coming off that 3. And then we went. I did check Spider, didn't I? Well, Spider's got that wick that they're trying to get over right there. The SPY. Let's check the ETF gold, which actually, if you look at GLD, unlike GC, which is not a futures, yeah, that popped too, didn't it? That popped way up here. This tracks spot gold, not the futures gold. That is different. It's like looking at your composites and stuff like that. You could still trade it all night long if you felt like it. Oh man, my puppy says he's hungry. Hold on. My son says he's not hungry. He just wants to get in the office. Yeah, it's cute the way we found. And that's another thing with the deportations and stuff. We found a dog. This puppy, he was only 6 weeks old when we got him. He was literally walking down the road like nobody was around. And when you do, and then we got a email like a day after we found him that there was a whole bunch of people that were self-deporting and leaving their animals behind. So be on the lookout for animals. And I'm like, oh my god. Let's see what Newport's doing too. So we've had him since 6 weeks. He's a pet bull, but he's a pet bull something. I don't know what it is, but he's a pet bull something. He's a cute doggy. And Nucor should be bottom bouncing. I don't know what kind of guidance they gave. Should be. Oh, we made another low, didn't we? Sir, how bad was it? Okay, so I'll mark this right here, this gap. That's going to get filled. That is a metals company, Nucor. There are a lot of people that are employed by that place too. That's a lot of pensions right here. I'll green dot that for later because I want to check this one out. I like the fact that it came down to something reasonable there. Let's check this out daily. Let me see something. I might go long this. Alright, you are very, very choppy, aren't you? Last earnings you shot up, you came down, now you're coming back in. I don't foresee this. I'd love this though right here. I don't foresee it. I would love that. Because even the earnings suck. They have enough people that work there that contribute to their, ooh, don't stop me out in queue. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not before 10 o'clock. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not hearing any news about that either. Don't stop me out. Don't do it. It's important just to leave your stops in place and not average in or anything like that too. So that's temporary. Right here at the 5-3. Damn it, NQ. I told you, you're going the wrong way, buddy. Grr.
Thai army spokesman says Thai Cambodia militaries are scheduled to hold talks and says that efforts are ongoing for negotiations between the Thai Cambodia militaries.
Okay, that one, that one. Don't stop me out, buddy. Don't do it. Actually, we can look at why, because I don't see any real news. See if nat gas is doing what nat gas was doing. It's still going up. 2%. 10-day. Let's do, well, I'll give you 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. We're good. I know how to count candles. See how we drew that out right there earlier last, was that last week or this week? Or we just have it running concurrent, just straight through. That's what I was looking at right there. Let's count the candles, shall we? So what do we have? Okay, so it's that bottom at 8 o'clock. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that's the first 30 minutes is right there. That's the whole hour. Notice that's not an exact hour. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that's 30 minutes right there. Yeah, I gotta find some AI tunes. Start singing Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. Gotta know when to hold 'em. Gotta know when to fold 'em. No, wait. Well, how's that song go? You gotta know when to hold 'em. You gotta know when to fold 'em. You gotta know when to walk away. You gotta know when to run. Never count your money. You're sitting at the table. Be time enough for counting when the deal is done. So even on the 5 minutes, does that look bearish? No. So you counting your money now? No. So don't live on the 1 minute. On the 1 minute, that looks scary, doesn't it? Yes. On the 5 minutes, does it look scary? No. On a 15 minute, does it look scary? Well, back tested. But does it look scary? No. It does not look scary. These are questions you have to ask yourself. See how it's moving, jumping up and down? It's not a video game. It's not one of those online casinos where only the online casino wins. Okay? Only the online. You really think they're going to be in business online? And people go there. Oh my God. I couldn't do that. Like you're going to an online casino, you really think that you have a chance of winning at an online casino? I'm sorry. Maybe you have one, but think about it. How are they going to stay in business? And I'll see streamers streaming it, and I'll be like, dude, you're just promoting it, right? Like you're just promoting it, and they're probably giving you a demo as to where you can't lose because it's already computer programmed, right? Think outside the box. Yeah, we got that one. Angry customer says he needs his order. Some Globex. Globex. Market maker. Sorry about the singing, guys. I promise I'll stop singing so much. But yes, I am kind of country, so, you know. Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. It's a good song. I am trying to think of some way to get subscribers on those two channels. No, I'm not in a big rush, but that is a great way to, just support the channel. I'll do it every night. Yeah, my channels aren't perfect. There is a dedicated trendline trader out there right now saying, you're supposed to do this. Just like the Fibonacci boys. They're like, you're supposed to do that. Does my way work? Yes. Is it new? No. Maybe I should have slot machine music in the background. No, we're not gamblers. We are not gamblers. Nothing wrong with gambling. We're just take the risk out of it. Take as much risk as possible, and you will be consistent. Cut your losses as much as possible, and you will be okay. That goes with stocks, futures, whatever. Again, I'm not totally sold on the option thing, and I mean it's been 15 years, so I'm a lost cause when it comes to that. I do understand some of it, but I don't understand it enough as to where I'm going to tell you about it because I've never traded that. Now, pips and stuff with forex, yes, I can talk about that. There's a reason why I traded in futures, though. I'll tell you that much. It's better in futures than it is in forex, to be honest with you. Going from pips to just regular, well, you could still call it pips while you're trading the Euro USD or whatever your favorite one is with futures. Because it is pretty accurate when it comes to spot dollar. Let's see, even to do my stream, I have to speed up on some of these channels just to see everything. We're coming to the top of the hour. Still not bearish at all, not for me. Because the power of three would have been like boom, boom. Well, actually, that would have been your power of three, wasn't it? A small one, tiny. But a continuation of and a bounce right here, right there. Just body that, come back. I'll move up my stop. I'm not worried. We're profitable. So you don't want to move it too high, get stopped out, and be like, oh man, here's the rest of the trade right here. You don't want to do that. So manage it. There's some people that'll hold the whole week because they saw. Hold on, let me get this back. This up here. These people right here. They'll try to hold the whole week into jolts. They'll even try to hold in the non-farm payroll. We're going to make a new all-time high. Maybe. But that wick could be very, very fast. So, got to be patient. All right, that structure might be coming down to get this.
CBA, that's Commonwealth Bank of Australia, says under review of skills, some roles and work can change, and it's currently Aussie dollars in key areas including frontline teams and technology services.
These people right here. They'll try to hold the whole week into jolts. They'll even try to hold in the non-farm payroll. We're going to make a new all-time high. Maybe. But that wick could be very, very fast. So, got to be patient. All right, that structure might be coming down to get this. Yeah, I still can't hear the news in the background. Like, I can hear it pretty loud, actually. I can hear the news real loud, but I can't hear it in my stream. It wasn't nothing major. It's just, if something major does come on, I'd rather hear it from them real quick. All right. Oh, man. All right. I got time. All right, let me mute this. I start to lose viewers as soon as I start to sing. You singing? Yeah, we don't even have half the viewers. It's the weekly. I don't know. Everybody trying to short it yesterday. Y'all had to wait until 2 a.m., 6 hours after the open. It don't open like that and just go straight down 5 minutes later. You'll know within 5 minutes if it just goes straight down. Okay, that's how that works. It's time based. Maybe they just wanted to draw liquidity for 6 hours and send it down, then bring it back. I don't know what they're doing. I'm not at Globex right now. I did have a friend that was a market maker. He did. Well, He wasn't the market maker. He worked for the market maker, Knight Holdings, before it went out of business. Before they put in the wrong program. You're not going to stop me out, are you? I'm going to have to loosen the stop. I'm not going to. I'm not going to get out. I'm just going to loosen it. Hold on, because I believe you're going to come down here, possibly here, but it's only a micro. It's not a mini. This isn't going to align as good as last night. It's very organized. So wiki of that downtrend, but it's organized selling. It's market maker selling. It's algo selling. It's a power of 3. Where is it a power of freaking 3? Not anymore. It's almost the top of the hour. You're running out to be a bear, aren't you? Or short. So I'm not scared. I already planned to make it or break it. One of the two. The rest is up to y'all. And by y'all, I mean market makers. Let's see. Oh. And there's always different kill zones too. Different macros, different kill zones. I want to hold it into the macro. Let's see. 4 hours. That macro hasn't started yet. Let's see if this picks up any buyers right here. We were supposed to measure that too, weren't we? That's that. Watch, it should fit in perfect. If that is a top, which I don't think it is, that should fit perfect. Right here. This is going to be backwards too, by the way. But why is it backwards? No, I went over it. Yeah, no. See how it went over that? The second fib right there, it went over it. Uh-huh. It can go down deeper. Bears are like heck, yeah. Yes. Uh-huh. You know how much more you have to break? Let's see. If I was in minis, I'd be screwed, I'll tell you that. I broke it. So where's trend line now? Right here. This is the major one. But it's based off time, not my feelings, not my logic. I should move my stop way up. Ah, man. And just re-entered. You know what I mean? I shoulda, woulda, coulda. Gotta know when to hold them. Gotta know when to fold them. Now I'm red now. I wasn't before, but now I am. But I'm not worried. Trouble moved me line up a little bit more. Everybody's like, is he marrying his position? I have to ask myself that. Can't ask you. You're not going to answer me. I'm not marrying the position. Let's see here. This is just a back testing to this. Don't want to see that break. We'll know in a minute. Time is 10 o'clock. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Actually, it's 1 minute before, but by the time it reaches, it should be 10 p.m. Yeah, you listen to some streamers and they're like, well, I got in exactly here. No, nobody, you didn't. You're getting close. You know how rare that is? See the reaction off the 10 o'clock, the actual 10 o'clock. Alright, that's the actual 10 o'clock. That's the actual 10 p.m., 30 minutes before China opens. And it doesn't always have to expand up. It doesn't. Not financial advice. So, about 30 minutes before the official open of China. Let's see what it's doing over here. Get my mind off that for a second. I bet you Euro USD is moving now. And I'm not going to switch it up. I'm not going to. Oh, if I get stopped out, then I'm good. I'm good. Because I'd be two for the night, and then I just stop. But even if I stop, I'll still check on it. Give it a couple more minutes. No, you're still in the lane, Rambo. About 15 minutes. I mean, you're making all, higher lows and whatnot, but you're not. Let's look at Dixie. Spy, are you going off that too? How much is Spy? A little bit, but not much. Just can't retest that. It did put its head above that, didn't it? Uh-huh. By the way, it would hit this first before it goes down. Just to let you know. So what does it? 23. That's that open again. OPEN. What did we say? 50% off? 50% of that move? It's pretty much standard. Industry standards. Yeah. See how they walked it up about 50%? That's that BMNR, whatever, why ever that thing's down so much, I don't know. Most traders from the bottom bounce, they'll go up there, do that, and try to take it up there. Most futures, I'd say 61%, but it's not futures. It's actually more risky. Think about it. So we are going to scroll up here. Let's see RTY. Why RTY? Why? Dang RTY. Still haven't recovered that, have you? I thought we did that already. Maybe it was the other one, the micro instead of the menu. Do that right there. Premium discount. You can get a little bit more detail into it. Actually, I did that wrong. But I was just trying to speed through it. Try to speed through these things because hoping my Nasdaq just pops a little bit from the time. We'll see in a minute because there should be an expansion coming. That gas. I don't know if I should tell y'all if I'm flickering green or not, because then yeah. No, you don't blame other people ever. Don't blame yourself either. Got a good backtrack and say, what did I do wrong? And how can I correct that and not do it anymore? Somewhere out there told you that trend line was wrong. Oh well. It's not wrong. Not wrong at all. What are we aligning this to? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Told you that right there. We did discuss that too. The possibility of let's see. You're gonna leave that gap right there, aren't you? Alright, so I got a little bit more faith in my little mini. Started looking. Micro, I'm sorry, micro. Let's see. Oh, I guess people realized it was 10 o'clock. Gee, go figure. Let's see if we can hold. Continue. See, I pointed to that earlier, and I said that's, it's going to get back up here, and it did right there. But I want to see it go above that now. I could back test. I'm still fine with that, but let's just poke the setup a little bit. Let's take that off. Just gonna do the wicks, man. Just the wicks. Usually I'll do the body and not the wick, but insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. You gotta do what works for you. Your leverage in you. Nobody else. Not me, not another streamer. And I've seen some streamers, they'll go through all kinds of heck. It's like, I see what he's doing. He's just trying to entertain, or he's trying to share, or he's just trying to do what he needs to do. I did ask a couple of months ago, does talking it out actually help? I never got a response from one streamer. He was just like, oh. But I think it does, actually. I wanted to try that. See that line right there? People remembering it's 10 o'clock. China's about to open. China doesn't care if you're long or short, but they will take you to cleaner. You're also near that expansion. We want to do this. We actually added time. Oh, wait. That is right. We didn't do the time of that, did we? Is that where I messed up at? Right here? On top of that, look down. I am not a trend line trader. See, my trend's all messed up. Start there. That's right. That's right. Gotta remember, my old brain is like, wait, no, that's not how that works. But that's how they'll trade the channels. And what you do, you can actually go like this. Well, actually, I didn't wait on time either when I got in, did I? That's why I was red for a little bit. Just a little bit. Right there, there. Like that. Hold on. That's not how I wanted to do it. There. Follow that wick. We'll follow that wick right there. Even though it just made that move. Go down there? No. Sorry that it went underneath. Something similar how they do it. Remember back in the day. I went to iHub and people were like, hey, hey, hey. I'm not a stock promoter anymore though, but they still love me. I like that. I like the love I got. I did. Talking to one of the most notorious bears there are out there. He's like, every penny stock is a scam. She does not do that. Janice Shell is actually a pretty cool person. I've talked to her on the phone many years ago. She's all right. She just doesn't want to see people hurt. But we could both agree that meme stocks have really ran their course on fraud. So the frauds have really shifted out of like the penny stock world into memes, apparently. I don't know anybody who's made their own coin, but you can actually make your own coin now. And that opens a door. I think everybody can agree that it does need to be regulated to a certain point. No, I did not draw that channel right. On the bigger picture, I can draw it right. Don't tell me I forgot how to do that stuff after almost 20 years ago. So anyway, see, I told you I was going to hit this. Well, it was right there. It goes back and fills that. It's not an actual trend, is it? Scare the hell out of you if you don't know what you're doing. The time now is 10:10 p.m. And in 10 minutes, how many handles has it been? No, I did not get in the bottom. I told you I was red. Now I'm back green. So if I was trading by myself, at least somebody out there would call 911 if this old man had a heart attack doing it, right? One of y'all? Anybody? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. I'd like to think you would. Let's see. Oh, look, we're above it now. So the rule, that tick down here, remember? We waited for it to come back in. Waiting for the back test. Yes, I sat through this because I'm on stream. But I didn't break the rule by averaging in, averaging in, averaging in. Now did I? Still got a ways to go. Not out of the woods yet. Soon, but not yet. No, X does not do. X doesn't pay you for streams. Like Twitch will, and it's not a lot. Kick will, and Rumble will, but it's still not a lot for Rumble either. But I do like their streaming service. I like Restream. I might keep both. I like Restream's clips because it'll cut clips for you, and then you can go back and say, you know what, this made sense. And go back to that. Oh man, so we got it is 10:13 right now. Yeah, what a recovery! All right. And no, streaming is not going to pay streaming. But no, I would need tens of thousands of people to watch my stuff. Trust me. Oh, it does not. Trading does. But when you trade, especially stocks, that's why I like futures. When you trade, you're able to hold a trade like Euro USD and swing it for a few days. Um, futures is better on taxes than stocks. That's why you get your LLC and claim it. They bought that up, didn't they? Interesting. Oh, 15 minutes to go. I want to see another retest up here. See this gap up here at 2352. I want to see that retest. Got no when to hold on. Some stuff coming out of Asia.
10 p.m. says Thailand-Cambodia border is calm now after small clashes.
Alright. Oh, they were
Military
having.
negotiations are to be held at 10 a.m. So just read that's Thai Action PM. Thailand-Cambodia border is calm now and confirms military negotiations will be held at 10 a.m.
Okay, so they had some negotiations going. So they were doing some stuff out there in Japan. Alright, that's what that was. That's why they said that. And okay, I might have changed my media source. Let's see. That's true though. How did you get that news and I didn't? That's not terrible. Okay, Bank of China injects. Oh, that's billion. Okay. Yeah, 7 day. Repos. Hong Kong issues day. Oh, okay. That's what's coming out of there. Huh. Move stop up. Hold on. Let's see. It's not gonna be bad. Got that open in 12 minutes.
Communication Ministry says it will support restarting U.S. North Korea summit, according to Yonhap.
Okay. Nah. Do the bigger picture. My turn this off for 1 second. Ten 22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it does not at least come in here to grab that buy in 10 minutes. Might just call it a night, win, lose, or draw. Currently green right now. Only 3 micros, not minis. Limiting risk. NQ has me sweating tonight.
And news for Isuzu Motors. So the company says it has newly signed strategic group. The joint development by Isuzu and UD Trucks of a common platform for medium heavy-duty truck models for Japan and other Asian markets, utilizing Volvo technology.
Time is 8:30. I'm sorry. The time is 10:30. It's not really performing the way I want it to at this particular time. Yes, I'll take another L, which would be the second for the night. I am debating where I should move it to. Good, a couple more minutes. Oh, my NQ temptress. Let's see. Now that would be a power of 3. I'll mark that because of those 2 wicks right there. Let's talk this out before I do it. It's not right there. Where did I have that at? Because that line's right up. Stop it. Let's talk this out real quick before I make any stupid decisions. Alright, so that was there to there. Where's this at? Mark that wick with that wick. It should have been that wick. That actually is go, and that's at 8 o'clock. 525. It's not rolling over though. There's no speed down. That line should have been down a little bit more though. That's not correct. It should be down a lot further, but that doesn't matter. What we're trying to do here to be there. Oh shoot, did it do the top one? No, the top one's up here somewhere. It's actually above that. Come on. You can do it. Let's see. Yeah, it's right there. Like I said, I do currently have a long position. I'm not red. Not bright green either. Not like last night. Okay. But instead of acting irrational and emotional, get a bigger time frame real quick. It's down there. It's not up there. We haven't turned the market. We're doing a slow grind up. That should body it. There gets the major support right there. Alright. Stay with this for a little bit longer. No averaging and no going crazy. And no, that's not a stop actually. Right there, 10:45. Should be there by 11 o'clock. Take this seriously. Remove this real quick. That's the whole channel. That's the channel we just drew. It's like algebra. Start back over again.
Japan's economy minister Muto says urges the US to swiftly cut tariffs regarding August 1st deadline.
So they're worried about August 1st deadline. Yeah, you know that's going away, right? I'm not even worried about that. Or so it'd be fixed somehow. I'm not going to move that up. I want to redo the whole thing. Short term, we're going to take this off. Oh, man. Yeah. I bet you if I look at Euro USD, my first choice would have been alright. There we go. Let's leave that fresh. I gotta come to that conclusion that was the wrong way too. This is the 15-minute. And this should be expansion, not melandering. Or melandering. Go to the hourly. Hold on. 5-day hourly. Yeah, I wasn't looking for a new all-time high tonight. I was looking for a recovery. That's how I came to the conclusion that week. Okay, I got you.
He's in Scotland now after having just
Trump's
others, and US is doing great.
Trump's in Scotland. Okay, well, all right, that's cool. That's not real news, but all right. Let's see. If he tweets from Scotland, that could actually be news. It's hourly. That's what met right there. Let's see real resistance. I'll tell you why it's real resistance. I'll put this line. It's premium right here. Smart money's right there on the hourly. What we're trying to. It's right about now. I'm just looking for a retest of that, or a little bit higher, so I can get out at least close to break even to what I am. It's not down so bad that I couldn't take a loss right this second, but I'm just not happy with the expansion. And it's that wick. It's a wick. That's all it is. There's a lot of power in that wick. 15 above. And again, you're not bearish. Show to cut losses when you have to cut losses. And it's okay to cut losses. But you got to be rational about it too. You can't be like, oh man, you got to cut them quick. Prefer y'all stop me out when I'm in profit. Like last night, I was cool with that. Like, okay. So how many minutes ago was that? We're on the 5. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. That's an hour. 5, 10, 15, 20. So about an hour and a half. About to get stopped out, and I'm okay with that. Even if it runs in the other direction, I'll be okay with that. This is an extension period, 10:30. It's not like last year or the year before last when China was just brutally selling. That doesn't mean that I don't want back in if I do get out, by the way, to go long. But it's going to be a crazy week this week. So I can still hold my bull thesis, if that makes sense. Let's see if this holds right here. I'm not saying that's where my stop is. I told y'all I'm not telling you my stops anymore. You haven't rolled over, have you? On the 5 minute? Not yet. Let's see. Again, we're not marrying positions here. You don't want to cross over into that gambling aspect. Well, we want to do that. Yep, I was in the wrong one, wasn't I? So my first instinct told me what? Euro USD. We're only a little bit above. I didn't miss anything, did I? That's what I have plotted out for Euro USD, by the way. So, oh, that's right. That's right. I took off the fibs. I'm not going to freak out and panic. Oh, man. Still got time. I'd rather be singing Off We Go into the Wild Blue Yonder, to be honest with you. It says some prop firms will mess you up. You'll be in gains, but if you go down, like trailing loss, like for the day, then they'll have trailing loss for intraday. So you could be up 3,000, but you go down 15, then they knock you out and say, sorry, you got to get a reset. That's $500-600. Oh, man. I'm not going to name names, but yeah, that kind of sucks. So I'm not too into that. Quit rejecting off that. Somebody's like, make it stop, just get out. I'm not under, but I'm under. Wait, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Alright, back to this. I know you're still making that freaking channel. Haha, I fool you. I fool you. I can see him saying that with the Asian accent right now. I don't know if they fool me or not, but they sure are on my nerves. I should not do that. I have a, my mentor was from China, literally. I can't be saying that. He was born in China. His parents opened up a Chinese restaurant, which was really cool in New York. I'm gonna get a DM. Make it stop. No, they're brutal. They're brutal. The bears are brutal. Oh well, I think. Let's see. Uh, Stop melandering. Come on. No, and I know nobody's trying to fade me too, because there is a little delay. I remember last night though. It was so ironic. I put my stop in. So okay, I put a stop in, and then boom. It's like really. It's like did y'all? I guess both of us saw the same target at the same time. I don't know. When a barcode's like this, you have to be really patient with it. Actually, there's sometimes when it does this stuff, I literally just put the stop in and walk away. Since we're doing a show here, a little harder to do, huh? Still higher lows, huh? Uh, Still higher lows. I could see a bear trap, but that does not mean it has to happen right now. And with all that data this week, I could see how it's going to consolidate. I see the bear and bull case. What I do see is people hedged so they can make money off both sides of the trade, which is completely understandable. I didn't get the extension I wanted at 10:30 at China's open. We get the bears. They have that's Russia. I'm sorry. We get the bears. The bears. I have a friend who I mean, if you met some people from Uzbekistan, they literally have a Russian accent. The bears. You got panda bears over in China. You got grizzly bear type things over there in Russia. Oh man, we have been streaming for a minute here, haven't we? Still got time though. Nobody's in chat tonight. There's a lot of people in chat yesterday. Everybody wanted that weekly opening gap. But no, that was one of those weekly open. I'll recap that real quick. When it opens up wide like that, if it doesn't recover, if it doesn't close within a certain amount of time, it's not going to close within a long. It'll take longer to close, and that's usually a rule of thumb that I use. Like we saw that with CL, right? When we took the CL trade, we were like, yeah, that closed real fast, and then came back and recovered real fast, right? And that was like, we got places to go up here. That is algo driven. That is market makers, and that is what you want to see. Here, it took a little bit more time, but I wasn't expecting a full. Wasn't expecting a full during the day. I did say last night's stream that it was going to consolidate a little bit and get really hairy in here. I still like this though. How we hit that low.
LinkedIn Trump post. Fake
Come
news
there.
is reporting that I am seeking a summit in China. This is not correct. I'm not seeking anything.
And then we
The
come
summit
down in here
would only be in the
and
invitation of
recover.
President Xi, which has been extended. Otherwise, no interest. Thank you for attention on this matter. So again, I said post there from US President Trump.
I am going to
Fake
move
news
this.
is reporting that he's
Okay, can't hear that news anyway. Ugh, they suck. It's better than Bloomberg Bears, though. Quietly moves my freaking ass up. All right, let's see. All right, Bloomberg Bears. And you can't expect that to feel. If it doesn't feel right away and it just starts to run and it just ticks up. Why did we think this was bullish? Because over here, my thesis was that tick above. And we took it right in there, right? $15-minute structure is nice, though. But I am going to move my stop up. I'm not going to be stupid with it this time and just wait. Because honestly, that was too much risk to wait like that. Like yesterday, we took profit. We watched it run, right? We did. You know, we said, okay, it's going to run. That's cool. And it ran until what, 2 o'clock? So we didn't make any irrational decisions, did we? Well, I didn't. Because we talked through it, right? So I haven't figured out why I thought that was support down there. Hold on. Okay, that's that other. That's the anything above that line. Okay, I got you. Taking one micro off. Hold on, I'll be right back. Gotta take one micro off, but I gotta use my phone. Because even though this is TD Ameritrade, I'm using a different account to trade. And no, I'm not using a prop firm. Occasionally, I will use a prop firm. I used a prop firm last night too. Not trying to promote that prop firm. Just one micro. I do feel a little time restraint with this, though. The whole streaming thing, I do feel a little time restraint. And maybe that's why I was a little panicking. Could you hear my voice? I was a little panicking. Over just 3 little measly micros. Ugh. Alright. So I only got 2 micros left. It's not going to break the bank. Actually, if I held 3, it wouldn't have break the bank. If I went down here, it wouldn't have break the bank. But that's beside the point. Did I move that other one? I sure did. Now I got to do it all over again. For later. Or not? Yeah, I did. Why did I remove that one? I know I removed one of them, but I didn't mean to remove this one. Ugh. This is not the one I meant to remove. It must have touched on another one. I like my charts sort of clean except for the Fibonacci. Fibonacci can stay as long as it wants to. There's another one. It's kind of like that YM that I have. All right, there. I'm going to do, and then I got to do this fib again. I thought I was removing another fib. Why did I remove that other fib? Overthinking. You don't want analysis paralysis, do you? Oh, I know why I removed this fib. I removed this fib because we made that high that I never changed the fib on. That's why. We're gonna start down here too, by the way. I'm not gonna go all the way up like that. This is gonna be backwards, but that's okay, and I'll explain it in other streams too. Because there'll be somebody out there, I'm sure. That's not how the book taught it. You know what book I like to read? The Art of War. 23585. 23585. That's the book I like to read. Gosh darn it. Some pretty awesome quotes in that too, by the way. Very motivational. Alright, ugh. That's cool. I can go in and change it. Change this right here. Edit. 585. Alright, let's see. 23. 585. 585. Yeah, we're gonna update that. Yeah, if you ever get like stuck doing that, that's all you really have to do. And technically, it should be up and not back. Like I said, I put it in reverse, but that's okay. You can always go into these when you're doing it like that, and you can just change it. You can change color to whatever you want to do. Edit properties. You see, you can change all these colors right here. If I do yellow, it'll mess up like that color. You can expand all these lists if you wanted to. You don't need to. Just go like that. Nice gray. And you can see that gray here too. That's the insufficiency I saw up there, but I don't like that, but that's cool. We're only doing 2 micros for the show. We have been streaming for a while now. 15. 15. Actually, it's 3 days 15, but whatever. I'm going to carry over this right here to there. Like that. I'm going to go all the way down. I'm going to make this a nice edit property. Nice color. Let's see, I have that. Do a spectrum of green. How about deep red? Velvet. Oh, that might be, yeah, it's like velvet. Yeah, that's nice. We went in. Alright, let's see. There. Let's see it up there like that. What else did we do today? We did this right here, it's in there. I didn't think I did that with the green. I was removing stuff just a little while ago. Shoot. Okay. It's right here, isn't it? It's right there. That was the daily open for today. We carried the weekly opening as well. Went down here to here. Still holding the 2 micros. But we're not worried about the micros, are we? We're not worried about support. We're not worried about resistance, are we? No. We're worried about time. We didn't panic out. We were red for a minute. That's okay. We were paying way too much attention to the 1 minute. And we shouldn't do that. Okay, so we got a nice, this was your weekly opening gap. We went in, we tested it once, went through it. That's Friday. You can look back and see the Friday. We candled on a higher time frame than the 5 minute. We candled down and bodied that for now. Hit it again. And we have been recovering, haven't we? So, I'm going to go back up here. I know it's only a couple of micros, it's not minis. We're at the top of the hour. And I had checked some stuff with these wicks, didn't I? And I was overthinking, wasn't I? Now, why was I overthinking? I know why I was overthinking. I was too worried about what other people were saying on a social media platform that don't give two shits about what I do or what I say and whatnot. That's what I was doing. I was checking in on other things. I wasn't focused on the chart, wasn't I? What the chart says, what the chart's doing. Now, in an hour, we have midnight opening range. I would like to be up by then, but I'm not pressured. Why am I not pressured? I have no other place to go, do I? It's currently 82 degrees and 10:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good morning to those who were listening in other parts of the world. What we want to see is that embody that. We saw something, didn't we, before it did that? Well, before it did that. It was around 10. This candle that ran away, didn't it? Guess what? It recovered. But it went down here, but it recovered again, didn't it? Now, maybe it was just too much Celsius earlier? I don't know. Maybe it was. Let me relax a little bit. All this barcode stuff? Yeah, it's consolidation. We already said that. What happens after consolidation? Movement. Where's it moving now? In the direction that I wanted it? Why didn't you over leverage? Because that's stupid. That's a good way to ruin your account, trust me. I know. Well, why did you remove one if you knew it was going to go up there? To relieve stress and anxiety. We are not gamblers, though. We are not gamblers. We're not risk takers. Well, we were risk takers, but we're smart risk takers. You know, even professional gamblers will tell you, hey, look, there's a certain time, there's a certain way, or there's a certain game that they play that they've mastered or think they've mastered. Now I'm only playing 1 second, and I'm going to take off one micro. And does it really matter that I say that? No. No, it doesn't, because we're playing with the market. We're playing with the market makers. We're going with the market flow. We're going with the market algorithms. Okay? So this panicking up here, did that help me at all? No. Am I green now? Yeah. So yes, I do think streaming has helped my confidence a little bit. What do you say? Talk it out. Hmm? Sure did. Kind of like a vocal journal, you know? So is this the daily or is this the weekly wick? That's what you got to ask yourself. That looks like a wick. If we looked at it on a higher time frame, that looks like a wick. And it had to go into last Friday. See, we're not gamblers. The second biggest thrill to a gambler is a loss. That doesn't mean that we have to marry a position. You saw me take a loss in Euro USD. Not because I don't think it goes higher, just because I think that this had more potential at a given time, right? Because what are the hours of operation for Euro USD? Not then. You have time to trade that, don't you? Now we just looked above right here, right? Didn't we? What's up here? What is this that I marked out? You can go back over it and I can show you. It's right here. Remember when I went back, I wanted to see where it was searching? What it was searching for up here? Wasn't that? right in here. See that? It's above that green line. Premium's up here. For now. That can be a discount. No worries, no stress, clear thought. Now, you can play with 100 contracts of minis if you want to. Want to ask where the leverage is and all that other crap. What about stress? Gamblers like stress. Well, if you knew it was going up, why don't you just keep on averaging in? Why don't you know where it goes to first? Why don't you know where it would bounce to first before you over leverage? Because if it doesn't get there in the time frame that you want, then you're going to make a bad decision. We don't want you to make a bad decision. I don't want to make a bad decision, right? Who brags about a mini? Who brags about a micro? Why don't you just brag about being right? Worry about that, not over leveraging. I got babies that are asleep. I have to worry about that, not some internet ego. When the deer goes to get the blueberry, what does the hunter do? Does he freak out and panic and run? We ain't no damn deer now, are we? Deer in headlights. Huh. Relative, huh? So, as the market makers, paint the picture on the canvas of the algo that we call NASDAQ, ES, SPY, or whatever your product is. We have to remember to trade the product. Don't be the product. Clarity is key. And if you're over leveraged, you won't see that. And if you're not thinking, you won't know that. That is a pretty recovery. Real pretty. Beautiful picture. Da Vinci would be proud. Da Vinci and his code. Algebra. The way you get the answer if you got it wrong is to start back over again. Controlled chaos. Oh, look, it hit. We knew that already, didn't we? Not asking for all-time highs tonight. But we're looking for that. Instead of chasing dopamine, chase knowledge. Find it. And with that, I'm gonna put that last micro. Didn't get out of the exact top. I don't need to. I truthfully don't believe that is the exact top. But I'm gonna take the money and run. Gotta know when to hold 'em. Gotta know when to fold 'em. Love that song. So yeah, I'll figure out something to do with the subscriber list. So I really do want that subscriber list. That's a goal. That don't mean it drops. That don't mean I'm shorting. It just means I'm out of the trade. It's a 3-hour trade. 4-hour. Good lord, how long have I been streaming tonight? That was a long trade. It's been a long trade. Yeah, about 3-hour trade. Now let's do hindsight trading. Figure out why it worked real quick, okay? Now I admit I messed up a little bit, right? Didn't put my lines in right. And I knew it. I came up panicking. No reason why it needs to retest there, and I said that at the beginning of the stream, didn't I? I mean, it can. And with jolts and all the other stuff, it might wick back up too. It just fascinates me the way it does look like that heartbeat. We'll do this. We didn't get in right there, did we? No. Gave it time to back test a few times, didn't we? Yeah. Came in, back tested again. I was in the red, remember? Came back tested again too. You want your 1030 expansion. Should have got out at 1030. Just had to give it a second, didn't I? No panicking. Just wait a minute. Look at a higher time frame. Realize it wasn't rolling over. I just was taking a pain trade for a second by keeping it. Just 3 micros. Not minis. Real money. Not prop money. There's nothing wrong with that. Just right here. With jolts. Amazon, like I was saying, I don't think they're gonna I think they'll be in line. Not sure about their guidance though. Because there is a what do you call it? I'm not gonna call it a lag, but they call it something else on Wall Street where they might have had a bad Black Friday, Summer Friday, or whatever it was. They're not going to report it this quarter. They'll report it the next quarter, I think. I know Apple will probably be okay. Apple's already okay. Then we went over data, like the job numbers, not the payroll. Jerome speaking Wednesday. I'm gonna check my notes here. Yeah, Jolts coming tomorrow. Let's see, what kind of folders do we have? Consumer confidence. Then we have earnings. Procter and Gamble. Yeah. Boeing, United Healthcare. Then we went Wednesday. Wednesday's going to be the big one with GDP, but it's also going to have the bigger tech earnings. Fed Chair Powell's going to do a press conference. But the earnings that day are the mega caps like Meta and Microsoft. Thursday, it's going to be that personal income and spending report for June. Core PCE price index. Now Thursday we have the giants, we have the Apples, we have the Amazons. We could trade all that overnight. Got the little guys that aren't so little anymore. CVS is under better management. I am not going to lie, that new CEO is kind of kicking butt over there. I want to see about Amazon's AWS. That focus on, yeah, what they had with that Black Friday thing in July. So if we can't get any kind of sentiment out of that, see what they're trying to eyeball for the next quarter. Then you have the big guys. It says non-farm payroll. Golly, ExxonMobil. Pressure halfway results. There are a slew of earnings, but the big boys are going to move the market, and we could trade Nasdaq with the tech stocks coming. If you enjoyed the show, give me a like, follow. I do have plans to do a subscriber list on the on Rumble and on I'm no rush to that, but I want to do something. Maybe an e-gift card for it. Maybe do an e-gift card for that. And then we went over a bunch of stocks, different stocks. Oops. Let's see. One. I'll check YM real quick. Okay. Bounced a little bit off that low. Going into that. We already marked that out last week. I don't want to move that this week. And remember, we also are going to come to the end of the month and the beginning of the month on that Friday of non-farm payroll. So that's going to be wicked. That's going to be a couple hundred moves, 100 points, several. Just the last 3 days. So it'll be very pivotal for the market. New core. It's finding some ground right here. We'll see tomorrow morning. If I'm up, I'll see it. Open. What is open doing? I don't think, like a pump and dump, you would just see straight red. And it didn't do that. It was very organized. So it doesn't make me scared to hold. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. So I mentioned this one. Checking that one out. It's not terrible. Still an upward trend, isn't it? That MGX. Still an upward trend. Did they move it to the 50 on that BMNR? We measured that. I don't know what I did with the fib, but that was the 50 right there. That's all the traders wanted for now. It hasn't opened back up. I'd love to know the story behind that. SPY. Let's see SPY. SPY popped up a little bit too. Let's see what we talked about last week in last week's stream for the pattern guys. Double bottom. This is not to be confused with other things. What happens is that right there, see how it bodied right there, but it made a higher low, followed by that higher high, which that was a daily double bottom on a 5-minute candle, nothing major. CL, let's go back and check CL real quick. Oh, gold, let's go gold. I showed you that other one that you could trade with gold. Gold did pop up above that. See, it doesn't necessarily have to feel that today or right now. It can feel it, but usually it's really fast. If it's going to do that, then just go back up. It's not a gap and run. What is it? Gap and run? Is that what they call it? I forgot what we called it. Euro USD. Made the right choice. Why? Because it's not time. Even if it is consolidating to go up or down, it's just not time for the momentum, right? So we can wait. We don't have to jump in. Like I jumped in right there. In the middle of that candle. What do? Watch it retest. Watch it retest. It's still up though, right? I had too much stuff on my chart, didn't I? I think I did. So what did I do? Just like algebra? We went back and we started it all over again. Didn't we? 77.20. We had measured this yesterday. I believe that's the gap that we like so much. Pops up, boom. Goes down. Recovers, goes above that. That doesn't mean that we don't go visit this. That's how we measured that, right? That's how I measured that. That's not the low low. So you wouldn't start your trend line there. We're not trend line traders, are we? No. Alright, we are almost done. Or maybe I should just, I don't know. My kids are asleep. To be honest with you, I'll still be up. It's got 230. Got a fourth of the people in chat from yesterday. That's okay. That is alright. I'm still liking that though. But no, I'm not going to jump back in. We're out. I don't want to overtrade. And I don't want to be stuck for 3 hours going, huh? Seconds up, down, test, boom, boom. Doesn't need to go back there, does it? Doesn't mean it can't, especially with all the data that's coming out. It can wick down, wick back up. It can do whatever it wants. We just have to be on the right side of the trade, don't we? That's the key. Went to target, a little bit over target, didn't it? Short-term target. 3 hours. I mean, 3 hours is a long time, isn't it? Didn't go down and wick below that, did it? That's okay. It can. think we can hit that. Let's not get all bearish. Bearish. I can't help but say that with country accent. I'm sorry. Oh man. Hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. Like I said, I do plan to do maybe gift cards. I'm gonna look into that. It's got to be decent. How much do I want to put on that? How much do I want to invest? I mean, I'm investing a lot of time simply because it's hot and I don't want to die of heat stroke. Because if I go out there on the fields, boy, that shit gets hot. Extremely hot. There, there. This is CL in the middle, by the way. There. Keep it simple. Let's look at ES real quick. That too is a nice recovery, isn't it? There's no straight lines. The wicks do the damage. The body does tell you the story, doesn't it? Even if it's just 5 minutes. Oh yeah. Let's do Soxel. Now, oops. Actually, that's SOXL. SOXL. 27. Making it up a little bit. Still, after that gap right there, that's the weekly. I mentioned liking this. Then again, I always like it. This particular one I do. You could short it too, by the way, but I don't know. You have other ones that you can do too. We're above this right here. This. That's not the actual low, by the way, because it went. That low was that Sunday night. I remember that Sunday night well because I bought that. Didn't buy the exact low. I was close. I was pretty close. All right. Let's go back to the indices real quick. And there are several different. Like I'll see some people, they'll do the options, but if you don't want to do the options, you just look for the bear ETFs that you can hedge with. That's how I've always done it. Maybe I'm just old like that. I don't know. Let's see. Look at the composite. You change that. Always check the composite. And that's going to differentiate from the NASDAQ. I'll delete all that. Do it nice and raw, right? It differentiates from your futures contracts because your future contract is going out where? Into the future. Like a heartbeat. Just daily. So pullback would be where? Around here, around here. that going to happen today? No. No, it will not happen today. All right. Dow Jones. This is transportation. Nobody ever really pays attention to the transportation, but it's important for a couple different reasons. One of those reasons is import and export goods, and you're coming up on GDP. I remember when GDP was a big thing. Now y'all do CPI like it was GDP. Because somebody came up with a theory. Somebody came up with a theory and said, well, you know, if you do it like this, I've been pretty recent, past 10 years, 15 years. Because the way they're calculating recessions is they'll do it with a GDP, how's it go? GDP, employment growth, or retraction. And that calculates the economy. But a certain number, and I forgot off the top of my head what it is. But yeah, I am looking for subscribers on those. We'll get to that. Because I want to do something for the subscribers, right? This is the ruts. The composites. These are indices. They're not futures. Futures tell the future. Or sentiment thereof. And this is for the Russell. Right below 33. Right there. That's my fib on the daily. This is all daily, by the way. Power 3. 1, 2, 3. Clear that. That might be where NASDAQ goes next. I don't know. We're not in the NASDAQ anymore. We saw that one trade. We were willing to give up a couple dollars for that trade, right? Biotech. Biotech is nothing more than, Lord, I remember biotech. I had a friend that invested heavily into biotech. But you can make some huge percentage gains and losses in biotech. Matter of fact, I think, and I had to research it, or somebody could tell me more about it. Bill Gates used to day trade, like literally swing and day trade a biotech stock that would go up several handles every single day and down several handles every single day. It's not the world's greatest trader, I ain't gonna lie, but it's really interesting. All right, that's that with the biotech. Bitcoin has an indice now. Bitcoin. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is spot Bitcoin. Whatever it is spot. It says NY. If you have this, if you have TD Ameritrade, if you have not Ameritrade anymore. Well, yeah, it is. It is. Thinkorswim. They actually have an indice NY. That means it's being tracked somewhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be tracked here. I know on E-Trade, the reason why I go to E-Trade, there's certain things you can't trade without a subscription to their service. It's like gold. You got spot gold. You can't really see spot gold right here. Spot gold's a little bit different. There goes the 20-year bond. That's going to do some movement this week. For those that want to have a coronary real quick, that is the thing. Oh, we're not going to positions. Futures. Let's see. Baltic. And see, there's the futures. You could trade that. Trade that right there. It's a little bit more. That's 50. That's $1. Tell you what your margin requirements are and your tick value. Right here. I would like 2 VIX, please. I'd like to short sell 2 VIX, please. CL, you can see CL's $10. You got your micros and your minis. Just gonna fill that right there, but that's not bearish. That's just a trade. Let's see, and I'm not taking that trade. See the margin requirements for that. See why I don't mind swinging it for a couple days. Don't have to worry about it so much. Oh, you don't have to worry about it so much. So let's see here. All right, 229. There's a few people there. Wait on the trade. We can stick around for midnight expansion. At different times, you're going to have different expansions. Put MS. There's that darn fan thingy that I put there, remember? Okay, that's all daily anyway. Intraday. 15 days. We'll do 5 minutes. We're going to go back to NQ in a second. That was our weekly opening. Right there. We went well below that, didn't we? And now we're recovering nicely. In anticipation of all the economic stuff we have and all the earnings we have. I mean, there's a lot of people reporting this week. A lot. Oh. Ow. Grab me a soda. And I love my lemonade, but I am not a fan of lemonade in a can like I bought today. I'm just not. I am sorry, but no. Oh, man. Ah, there we go. Ah. And to people just tuning in, we've been streaming for about 6 hours almost. So we're going to settle things down a little bit right now. I want to see the midnight opening range, which is a little bit after 12. You don't go by just the number 12, okay? It's a little bit after 12, about 15 after. Should sort things out. We'll watch that for a second. Did take a couple trades, even though I got in and out of Euro USD because I didn't feel it was the right time to. Enter that trade long. Let it consolidate a little bit more to see where it's going to go. I did take the NASDAQ trade with a few minis. I mean micros. Sorry, I keep on saying minis. Went long. You see on the 15-minute right here, this was our target, and it hit our target. And I had messed up the chart at first, so we had to reconfigure it. It's kind of like algebra. You know, if you mess up doing algebra, what do? You start back over, right? So that's what we did. And there were some places up here that we saw. What do? We marked over daily right here. That's the daily, that green. We redid this with like a velvet, I guess, for the new weekly opening range. Okay, that's ES or the micro ES right here. That's the NQ again. We only execute in the minute, but we're always looking at higher time frames. 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, and you can go a lot higher than that depending on what you're going to do. Doing a smaller time frame just because of the stream. We weren't looking for an all-time high today. We have enough data as to where we can do that a couple times this week. We were looking for this because some imbalances up right there that were in this. Not calling this premium just yet, because look at this discount. That one day looks like a nice wick, doesn't it? Nice recovery. Now this is MNQ. Doesn't mean it can't go deeper, blah, blah, blah. But we're looking at probabilities, right? Statistics. That's what we're looking at, statistics and probabilities. And what's the higher statistic and what's the higher probability? And I almost got stopped out. In fact, I slowly got out of that position, didn't I? I'm not going to re-enter until tomorrow. Why? Because once you're done, you should be done. That's it. Trade another day. Whether it been profit, whether I got punked out and stopped out, but we had to have a reason why that would have happened, right? What was the reason why I would have got stopped out? Went down there, right? And I was like, man, I can't retest that again. Can't retest it again. Retested it again. They're really testing it. Jolts, whenever all the economic data, we went over a lot of the earnings. I mean, there's going to be a ton of earnings next week to talk about. Well, this week, next 4 days actually. So there's a lot to talk about. Good morning to those people still just starting to wake up. We are not the only market in the world. We are the PJ traders of the world. The rest, might be waking up in their PJs, right? And made higher lows. So we didn't get out. But we had to look at what a higher time frame. When we looked at the higher time frame, it wasn't that bearish, was it? No. So it looked like it's gonna reach for that all-time high today, or well, maybe later today, but not right now. No. Why? Because it has time and it's waiting on data. So what was this really? Consolidation with higher lows, with expectations of higher. Look at your bodies. Well, that's embarrassing. Opening on the 5, isn't it? Yeah, look at your 15. Look at your 30. You go up, it doesn't look so scary, does it? Yeah. There goes your hourly. See your hourly? You had one bad hour. One bad hour. Look at your hour. In this particular session, after it reached down for that second time, made a relative equal low, wicked through all this stuff. It didn't even body it really, because this your opening gap. So if you got in on Friday, you're still sitting pretty, aren't you? Sitting all right. Oh, that's a relative equal high. No, it's not. 4 hour, you embodied it. 4 hour, you went up here. And yes, there was time to short. Look at those buddies right there. It's going to chill up here for some data tomorrow. Waiting. Can we go back and retest this right here? Yeah. Is that why we're liquid? Not really. Not really liquid, to be honest with you. I got all kinds of stuff. So we are 10 minutes before 12 o'clock midnight East Coast Standard Time. The top of the hour. I like that velvet better. I got the green right there. And I am trying to do a little subscriber drive on Kick and Rumble. I haven't checked that out yet, but hopefully I can do something with that, you know. But you gotta have benefits if you're gonna do that. So I gotta decide what that is. More than just a raffle. More than just, hey. Because at the end of the day, I want you to subscribe, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 4 months from now. Build a community. Not just, okay, you're a lucky winner of 1 week of me promoting stuff. That doesn't make sense, does it? That's not legacy. That doesn't last. It's not a relationship, customer and client or whatever you want to call it. That doesn't last at all. So why would I do that? I have to think about it. I have a lot of land I got to cut tomorrow, so there's plenty of time to think about it. Hopefully the weather will be not so hot as it's been. It's flat up there, isn't it? Right there. Flat. Did draw a support area, didn't I? A real support area. Not what, it's actually not even your textbooks. But it is a place. Did a little karaoke tonight. Sang Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. Kind of like Kenny Rogers. Oh, man. We're just waiting on midnight. We're already done trading. Well, I'm already done trading. But we are marking some areas. Go here real quick. See if we get any kind of expansion at midnight or midnight Judas or something like that. A few more minutes. All right, let's see if there's an initial reaction in about 1 minute. 12 o'clock on the East Coast time. Good morning to everybody who is just waking up and joining us. I am about to close shop in a few minutes, but we just want to see this reaction that comes off of it. So far, so good. Structure looks strong. A little consolidation right in here. Here, here. There goes midnight. We want to see that reaction. And this lasts for a few minutes. So macro. Didn't really get the reaction we wanted at 10:30, did we? We had to wait a little bit, right? The market has a way of taking out impatient people. That's why we had to relook, right? We had to look at what we were doing. See how that went above that? That was our first initial target. Went up there, grabbed it, came back down into this. See that structure? Mark this as your midnight opening range, because this will be important. This is an actual thing that you have to. This is the 5 minute that you want to see. Again, not financial advice. You can look at my disclaimer. We're not the Hunt brothers. We're not trying to quarter the market. They did. They quartered the nickel market. Looks like it wants to retest up there real quick. Maybe up here. There's another spot up there too. But I am going to leave you with that, and we will see you tomorrow. And I appreciate y'all watching. You can review the stream, go back and look and see what we talked about, and see how we did certain things. Do appreciate your time. And we are going to call it a night. Looks like it wants to retest. Let's wait and see if it does. This is just the start of the day. A lot of them might have a different view on things. And there's a lot of mess right there, and that usually happens after big moves. It does. Same thing with reversals. It will be messy. But inside those messy little things are market makers, computer programs. They can pick up on other computer programs of what the intentions are, and how short and how long it would take to do certain other things. And we are having a bit of an expansion. Let's see if it goes over it. Reminder, I am done for the day. This is not financial advice. It's not exactly 12 o'clock, but it gets pretty close. I am going to end the stream now. I do appreciate y'all watching. Please review the stream. Yeah, thank you.